Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. $7.15 by DM Magee, 2024. At 7:14, while enduring the hate, he carried the ghosts and stepped to the plate, echoing down from the great Yankee lore, the Bambino's shadow larger from days of before. Henry brushed back the pressure that loomed, threats from fanatics, knowing records were doomed. Into the box, and here comes the pitch. 7:15, it flipped like a switch. Fans escorted 44 round the bases. Hammer and Hank lit up their faces with smiles that unite as he wiped away tears. He hugged Mama tight for so many years. The Hammer had climbed the ladder to the top. A sigh of relief. Briefly, time stopped. We recall and rewind the impossible dream that night down in Georgia of 7:15. 7:15 by DM Magee, 2024. Join the country club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops, members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the country club today. Lineup for Braves Country by DM Magee, 2024. A is for Aaron, the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby. Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavin. Southpaw winds and kicks, changing speeds east and west, a gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright, the father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play, Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones. Andrew let her fly, and his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts, a plenty from Strider. The quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez, Javi to B-Mac. Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog. He won 355. Could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking. The top pitcher's lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy. The big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler. Matzik and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren. Skip Carey 2. Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren. Spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young. The game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Ramalama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to Eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short and see you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35, the great 44, or 755. And old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying. It felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves country's the best. Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee, 2024. Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch. Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Hey Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for pitch by pitch, play by play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
You're in Braves Country.
Welcome in, Braves Country. How the hell are you? We are getting set for first pitch. About, what are we, 24, 25 minutes away from first pitch? Atlanta Braves, New York Mets. It's Hank Aaron night, and we do have something special. If you haven't already caught it, we're going to play it right before first pitch for Hank Aaron. It is a poem dedicated to Hank Aaron, 715, his night in Atlanta 50 years ago. Just 50 years ago today. Little hard to believe that it's been that long. It's also seems like ages ago. For those of us didn't get a chance to see it live in person, you know, who may or may not have been alive, it seems like a different lifetime. But those of y'all who lived through it and watched it, I'm sure you can remember like it was yesterday. Talked to a lot of folks, a lot of Braves fans who are old enough to remember, and it's one of those, you know, I remember where I was type of things. But anyways, if you have memories of it, we'd love to hear about it. If not, tonight's about honoring what happened and what he went through, along with the fact that I don't care about anybody says it ain't been broken yet. 755 is still the number, the all-time home run record, but he broke Babe Ruth's 714, and then he took 755 all the way in. As a baseball purist, I will never be able to recognize the number that Barry Bonds put up because of the steroids, and the fact that Hank Aaron did it without, and he did it clean. I mean, come on. But anyways, let's go to the game itself. We've got Braves versus Mets. Game one of a 4-game set. And obviously, when you're playing a team like the Mets, they really don't have a lot of aspirations this year. They're trying to be somewhat competitive. It's got to be confusing for a Mets fan because they're trying to be somewhat competitive, but at the same token, they're kind of like midway in the middle of, they didn't sell off completely, but they also didn't add anybody in the offseason. Nobody of note, right? The pitchers that they brought in, all of them that they brought in are best. I guess the best way you could describe them would be journeyman. And that's who's on the mound tonight. Once ex-Atlanta Brave, one of my favorite Braves of all time, Julio Teheran. But that doesn't matter tonight because tonight he's the enemy. He'll be going up against Charlie Morton. Charlie Morton, his first time out, phenomenal. Went 5 2/3 inning and gave up no earned runs. And we hope to get more of the same. And if you look at the Mets lineup, and I'm going to flip over to the Mets real quick because right now we got the Braves on the screen. If you look at the Mets lineup, the thing that jumps out at you more than anything else is look at the far number on the right. I mean, 103 is your leadoff hitter. These are batting averages. 103, .083 batting second. 0.184. Pete Alonso, he's in a walk year. He's starting out of the gate slow. He does have 2 home runs. Francisco Alvarez hitting the best of any of them. The rookie batting .333. Beatty, pretty decent start to his year, as well as Starlin Marte. But then you go to so they're bookended by 3 guys hitting well below 200. And then on the bottom end, it's 2 guys who haven't got a hit yet this year in 16 at bats, and a guy in Jeff McNeil who has 3 hits and 26 at bats. And what that really means to me is these are major league hitters. They're due to break out. We just hope they don't break out against the Braves. And B, the pitching for the Mets has not been outstanding either. So there's a reason why they come into tonight so early in the season at, what are they, 3.5 out of the Atlanta Braves? And they are 3-6 on the year. They just got their first win. I believe it was Thursday. I know I was watching the game. There was a doubleheader versus the Tigers. It was either Wednesday or Thursday. I believe it was Thursday. And that was their first win of the entire year. So it's probably going to be a long year for the Mets, but these are the types of series that they can hang their hat on, and the Braves got to be ready. Because if they can win a game like this, win a series like this, even split the series, it means something to them. Conversely, the Braves should go out and in a 4-game series at home against a team like the Mets, you would be hoping that you would be getting 3 out of 4. A split is not really acceptable considering how far the Braves are in front of the Mets at this point. So you're not looking for a split. You're looking to win the series. You'd love a sweep, but I say it all the time. I never assume a sweep in Major League Baseball because you could run into that one buzzsaw of a pitcher that night, or your pitcher doesn't have it. The one thing we've already learned already for this Braves team, and it comes to no shock because it was just like it was last year, they're never out of it. You look at Friday night's game where they were down 6-0 at the end of the first inning, and you look at the fact that at the end in the Saturday game, we needed a ton of runs to win that one as well. And then in the Sunday game, they came out and still hit 2 home runs. They didn't score a ton. But one thing that I was impressed by, remember these last few years, these day games, the Braves bats don't show up. Well, he actually hit 2 home runs and scored 5. Now, it tends to be that day game after a night game in the middle of the week. That, for whatever reason, that seems to be the one that gets you. And for whatever reason, it's been an issue for the last several years of the Braves. I know a lot of teams struggle the day after a night game, but it seems like for whatever reason. So what I'm pointing at is Thursday, we have a 12:20 first pitch against these Mets, and it's going to be following a night game. And my biggest concern going into this series is how will the offense play? How will we play? What kind of performances will we get on a 12-20? Why they're still doing 12-20, I cannot fathom. I wish they would get their head out of their ass and play those games at 105, 115, whatever, because these 12-20 starts in Atlanta, and I know they've been doing it for a while and they're kind of traditional or whatever, but you see the effects. Nobody plays that early during the week. And so it's dumbfounding that we play 135 on a Sunday, but during the week, they're out there at 12-20. And it's almost like they've got their hair on fire and they want to get out of town on these getaway days. Well, it seems like that the play suffers. But it doesn't look like they're going to do it this year, so we're stuck with them still not learning the lessons of the past. And that game is the one game that concerns me, which means we need to go in with a potential sweep going into Thursday, because that could be the game where the offense doesn't show up. Now, I just noticed in the back, it looks like some nasty looking weather. I'm going to double. I apologize. I got a lot of nonsense going on in the background. But the weather in Chicago, I'm sorry, I said Chicago. The weather in Atlanta, I was looking at the last time I looked this up when we were in Chicago and we got the rain out. The weather in Atlanta tonight, they're not calling for rain, so I don't, but it is some dark clouds in the background. So hopefully, wait a minute, this once again. Jeez, are you kidding me with this? Sorry, the website that I'm on keeps auto-correcting back to, for whatever reason, it keeps auto-correcting back to Chicago. So let me actually go to a different website. All right, here we go. We get this problem with, all right, so there's few showers being, here we go. The updated, it's refreshed. So they're looking at showers possibly coming in at the 9 o'clock hour and the 10 o'clock hour, 33%. If it's a really late one, y'all, I got to be up super early, so I won't hang out all night on tonight, but I hope to get the whole game in for you. Got to be up at 5 a.m. on Tuesdays, and that's always going to be the big problem with bringing these games to you on Monday nights. But hopefully Mother Nature, if there's a God in the sky, we will get this game in. But it looks like the weather for Atlanta on this entire series, as we look out across it, you've got pretty good weather tomorrow night. There's going to be morning showers. We've got cloudy skies on Wednesday, supposedly, and then Thursday there's going to be thunderstorms. So we'll see what happens. It's the spring in the South. So, but hopefully we get this game in. We're going to step aside and get ready for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves on Hank Aaron night, and hopefully y'all enjoy what we have in store for you. Here we go.
Like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it. The fact that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing, Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win. And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground
ball stabbed by Polk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right, down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone! Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. She's gone, baby!
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark. And it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Reed. He's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
You're in Braves country.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. And here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket
Want a beer? It's 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing center field for the New York Mets, it's Brandon Nimmo. He's batting 103, 3 RBI, 1 stolen base. Francisco Lindor batting second and playing short, batting 083 with 1 home run and 2 RBI. Pete Alonso batting third, playing first, 2 home runs, 3 RBI, 184 average. Francisco Alvarez, the cleanup hitter, behind the plate, 1 home run, 4 RBI, and a 333 average. Batting fifth and playing third, it's Brett Beatty. 1 home run, 5 RBI, a 290 average. Starlin Marte is batting sixth and playing right field. 1 home run, 1 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting 273. DJ Stewart is the designated hitter. He's 0 for 10 for 2024. Jeff McNeil batting eighth and playing left with a 115 average, 1 home run, 1 RBI. Wendell is at second base, 0 for 6 for 2024. Going to the mound for the New York Metropolitans tonight, it's our old friend Julio Teheran. Teheran is making his 2024 debut. He'll be going head-to-head with Uncle Charlie. Charlie Morton is 1-0, 0.88 whip, 0.00 ERA, 5.2 innings pitched, 3 hits allowed, 6 strikeouts, and 2 walks given up. Backing up Uncle Charlie in the bottom of the first inning on Hank Aaron's 50th anniversary of breaking Babe Ruth's home run record. Leading off and playing right field, it's Ronald Acuna Jr. He's batting 242 with 4 RBI and a stolen base. Ozzie Albies batting second, playing second. 2 home runs, 7 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting 265. Austin Riley batting third, playing third. 2 home runs, 8 RBI, a 257 average. Matt Olson batting cleanup for your Atlanta Braves. The first baseman has 3 home runs, 8 RBI, and a 303 average. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna. The Big Zoo, 4 home runs, 10 RBI, and a 314 average. Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves. He has 2 home runs, 5 RBI, and a 344 average. Orlando Arcia, batting seventh, playing short, comes in on a 387 clip with 2 RBI. Travis d'Arnaud, batting eighth and behind home plate. He comes in with 3 RBI and a 211 average. And Jared Kelenic is in left field for your Atlanta Braves and hitting ninth. He's got 3 RBI and a 579 batting average. That's your lineups for game 1 of a 4-game set, the Braves versus the Metropolitans. Behind home plate, it's Junior Valentine. First base umpire, Carlos Torres. Second base umpire, Charlie Ramos. And down the third base line, it's Chad Fairchild. Game time temperature, 69 degrees at first pitch, dropping into the low 60s by the end of the game. Atlanta comes in 6-2 on the year. The Mets are 3-6. Atlanta is minus 210 on the money line. The over-under is 9.5. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Mets, game 1 of a 4-game series on Henry Aaron 715 Day. Get your game face on, Braves Country. "715" by DM McGee, 2024. At 7:14, While enduring the hate, he carried the ghosts and stepped to the plate, echoing down from the great Yankee lore, the Bambino's shadow larger from days of before. Henry brushed back the pressure that loomed, threats from fanatics, knowing records were doomed. Into the box, and here comes the pitch. 7:15, it flipped like a switch. Fans escorted 44 round the bases. Hammer and Hank lit up their faces with smiles that unite as he wiped away tears. He hugged Mama tight for so many years. The Hammer had climbed the ladder to the top. A sigh of relief. Briefly, time stopped. We recall and rewind the impossible dream that night down in Georgia of 7:15. 7:15 by D.M. Magee, 2024. Join the country club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops, members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the country club today. Welcome in Braves Country on April 8th, 1974, 50 years ago today. Hank Aaron beat the all-time home run record of Babe Ruth and still has it to this day. He's the only one without asterisks on it, right? And thank you, Edward. I appreciate that. We've got a few more that are already up, and we got others. We plan on dropping other ones later on in the summer. We've got a few that I haven't recorded yet, but we've got the one for Andrew Jones. We've got the one that you see leading into the show every day, lineup for Braves Country. I've been writing on that like all off season because I wanted to do something for Braves Country. And then the other one is for opening day. All of it's in the Once Upon a Pastime series here in our channel. Who was it? Someone said, Gary, you were at the game 50 years ago? That is awesome. I'm just a little too young to have been there. I was barely alive, but I grew up listening about it, listening to the stories about it. But obviously, was I even 1 year? No, I wasn't even 1 year old. So I was about 6 months old, somewhere in that neighborhood. But I grew up listening folks tell me about it, and it's always been one of my favorite days, even though I wasn't there. First pitch on the way as, yes, sir, it's time. It's baseball time in Braves Country. Charlie Morton fires the first pitch in. It's right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. We'll get this thing going here. The 0-1 misses outside wide to Brandon Nimmo, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Charlie drops one in there. 85-mile-an-hour change just misses the zone. 2-1. Try to get him to chase that one. Nimmo, we know, is a pesky hitter. He will try to work that count up. He's always done that. The 2-1 pitch inside. Ball 3, 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Charlie Morton comes set the pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and it's a leadoff single for the Metropolitans here in the top of the first inning. Atlanta Braves are wearing their throwback uniforms, the classic. Well, it's the City Connects. I kind of prefer that they had worn the actual throwback uniforms, but they do very much replicate that year, those uniforms when Henry Aaron broke the all-time record. So it's the City Connects with the white pants, white tops, blue sleeves as the first pitch on the way from Charlie Morton to Francisco Lindor, batting .083 is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The A on the front. The 0-1 pitch from Charlie. Rocks and fire, swung on, come back to the mound. Charlie's got it, flips it over to second, and it's going to be a 1-6. Arcia is going to keep it in his pocket. He thought about trying to turn the double play, but Lindor was busting it down the line. He would have never got him. The Metropolitans are wearing their road grays, New York across the chest, in blue, orange outline. They'll be wearing their blue ball caps with the orange NY. Braves are wearing their blue caps with the blue A outlined in red and the white stripe down the middle. First pitch on the way to Pete Alonso is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Righty-righty matchup. Morton comes set. Hey, outside wide. Curveball misses. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Charlie Morton looks in and kicks and deals. Outside wide, 97 miles an hour. Fastball misses, 2-1. We haven't gotten the official second diagnosis from Spencer Strider, but it's looking more and more like Tommy John surgery. Righty-righty matchup. The 2-1 pitch. Outside wide, 2-2. I jotted down. I didn't get a chance to get into it in the pregame show. There's no postgame show because I have to be up so early. Typically, we're doing postgame shows every ball game, but Monday nights, late starts like this, it's going to be difficult to do. Unless we just get an electrically fast ball game. The 2-2 from Charlie. Outside wide, 3-2. But I figure we go over some of them throughout the ball game. Some trade targets. They're no one they're going to make a move for now. Right now, it looks like that Bryce Elder will be the long-term option. He'll get the first crack at the starting rotation, though he won't pitch this week. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and they're trying a hit and run, and it's a strike him out, throw him out. Mr. Travis d'Arnaud guns him down. That'll end the inning. So the Mets put one on, but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
This guy asked me on a date, and then he never got back to me. It's been a day.
He moved on. Probably with someone better, if I had to take a guess.
Yeah, sorry. That sounds pretty good. You're probably just out with the old in with the new.
Are you serious?
Probably prettier than you, too.
Oh, my God.
You look like a giant turd right now.
Michael Conforto's mother is an Olympic gold medalist. Tracy Ruiz Conforto was a synchronized swimmer in the 80s and won 2 gold medals in the Olympics along with a silver medal. Tracy was inducted into the International Swimming Hall of Fame in 1993, the same year that Michael Conforto was born.
If you were a bird, where would you fly? I'd fly to my favorite place, the DMV. We haven't heard a peep out of you.
If I was a bird, I'd fly into a ceiling fan.
Over the years, Brooklyn would be represented by many teams with many names. The Atlantics and Excelsiors, the Bridegrooms, Bushwicks and Superbas, the Tip Tops, after the baker of Tip Top bread who owned them for a time, the Robins, after their manager Wilbert Robinson, the Trolley Dodgers, and finally, just the Dodger.
The story of the Brooklyn Dodgers is a story of one of the 5 boroughs in New York. Brooklyn was an independent city to itself until 1898. It was one of the great cities. It was a city with a population bigger than Chicago. But because of the subway, because of the bridges, because of the water and electric facilities, the state forced Brooklyn into the city of New York in 1898. And Brooklyn didn't want to be in the city of New York. New York had the tall buildings and this, that, and the other, and the railroad stations and Broadway. Brooklyn was just, well, they call it the bedroom of New York. But the one thing that they had in Brooklyn was a baseball club called the Dodgers. And the whole borough of Brooklyn centered its love and attention on the Dodgers and used the Dodgers against the tall buildings of Manhattan.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Julio Teheran will take the mound. Of course, Julio Teheran, ex-Atlanta Brave. He's bounced around. He was with the Brewers last year, signed with the Mets just before the season started. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is swung on, jam shot, and he'll ground out weakly over to short. There's one away. We know that's a issue that we're going to have as long as Ronald Acuna Jr. is your leadoff hitter. He does not work the count. He sees a pitch he likes and he swings, and when he's hot, it's worth it. Right now, he's kind of scuffling. So that'll bring up Ozzie Albies. Ozzie Albies from the left side, open stance. First pitch on the way to Ozzie's outside wide, 90 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Bottom of the first inning. The 1-0 pitch. Outside wide, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Teheran comes set. His first start of the year, the pitch, swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground. Diving stop by Alonso. He, from his knees, flips it to first, and it's a 3-1 put out. Teheran covering the bag, 2 away. Good defensive play. Had to backhand that, make the stab, and from his knees. A good toss. That's never a given when you're at that position. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley, 2 outs quickly. First pitch, taken for a strike. Teheran loves to throw that sinker pitch. He lives off that when he's doing well. It's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. Alvarez sets up out wide. The pitch, outside wide, 1-1. The 1-1 swing, and that ball's hit on the ground. That's going to get it down for a base hit underneath the diving glove of Brett Beatty. And your Atlanta Braves have 1 on, 2 out. First base hit of the night for your Atlanta Braves. That'll bring Matt Olson swinging a hot bat to the plate. Matt Olson got another home run yesterday. Braves 5-2 Arizona Diamondbacks, sweeping the reigning NL champions. First pitch on the way to Olson is right down the pipe. Flipped in a 76-mile-an-hour curve, belt high. Bet Olson would love to have that one back. It's 1-0. Or 0-1, excuse me. Yankees lead the Marlins 7-0 early on. The 0-1 pitch. Swing! And that ball is chopped foul. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Runner on first, 2 outs. Kind of a dark, gloomy skies, but we hope to get this one in. The 0-2 from Teheran. Outside, high and wide, 1-2. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Standing on deck is Marcell Ozuna. He and Olson have really been swinging a hot bat along with Harris, who's in the hole. And Jared Kelenic back in the lineup tonight. He's been scorching. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and rattles that ball off both masks of both Francisco Alvarez and the home plate umpire, Junior Valentine. Alvarez turns around to check on him. I think Valentine got he got the brunt of the blow. It barely touched Alvarez's mask, but really rocked Valentine. So a 1-2 count, inside, down, and in, 2-2. Riley on first, 2 outs. He'll be running at the crack of the bat. The 2-2. Outside wide, full count, 3-2. Did y'all see I'm sure you have. Everyone's been going around viral. See the unbelievably bad call by Angel Hernandez this weekend? I mean, it's enough. Enough is enough with that guy. Full count. Tehran comes set. The pitch. Caught, looking, strike 3. Olsen knew it. Tosses bat and heads to the dugout. Just painted the black. Good pitch by Tehran. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
So y'all can stand on the chair and tape your phone to the ceiling to do that dumbass challenge, but your smoke detector been beeping off here.
I live next door. I've got problems with the Wi-Fi.
Okay, so why are you here to me?
Well, it's your Wi-Fi, isn't it? Have you done something?
Okay, but I've not got a problem with my Wi-Fi.
You've put a password on it.
What do you mean?
Look, how long have I been here now? I've been here 2 years. I've happily used the Wi-Fi, and now I see that you've put a password on it, and I can't use it. I think you're being unreasonable.
Wait, what? What did you say?
Look, it's very simple. You have Wi-Fi, right?
Yeah, I have Wi-Fi, yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, I've been happily using your Wi-Fi now for a couple of years, and all of a sudden you put a password on it, and I've got no access. I tell you what, you let me have your password, and that's the end of the problem.
Hold a minute, you've been using my Wi-Fi?
Well, I don't know how much of your Wi-Fi it is. I mean, it's a signal, isn't it? Right? Well, the signal doesn't remain just within your 4 walls, so what comes out here is public. It's on public property, right? It's public.
Okay, but now you can't because I put a password on it.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly right. So, look, there's 2 things we can do. One is, and I think the easiest thing is, let me have your password. Or, of course, you can always remove your password. I mean, it's just pretty easy, really. Simple as that.
Armchair.
Roger Connor of the New York Giants was the era's greatest home run hitter. He smashed 138 during his career, a record which would stand until Babe Ruth came along.
Pull up a chair, your home, for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Charlie Morton goes back to work. The first pitch on the way. Slider right there on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Pitch on the way. Curveball grabs the edge. Up top. Just about let her high. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Swing, and that ball is grounded softly over to first. Matt Olson will step on the pillow, 1 away. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Top of the second inning, 1 out. For those listening on radio, 715 has been cut into the grass. Pretty cool scene here in Atlanta. First pitch on the way to Beatty is right below the knees. Called for a low strike. He doesn't like it. It's 0-1. Can't say I blame him on that one. That one's borderline at best. The 0-1 pitch, outside wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The pitch. Just misses outside. Good changeup. Just missed the edge. Tried to get him to roll over on that one. 2-1 count from Morton. Lifts the glove and deals. Curveball right there across the plate for a strike. 2-2. Standing on deck is Starlin Marte. Beatty uses his timeout. Brett Beatty, 290 on the year, 1 home run, 5 RBI, 740 OPS. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and fouls that back 96 miles an hour right in there on the hands. We'll do it again. Spencer Strider does have to have Tommy John like most people fear. Bare minimum, that'll be 15 months. That's best case scenario of being back in an Atlanta Braves uniform and pitching. The 2-2. Swing, and just got a piece of that. Just nicked that ball to stay alive. Sent it towards the Mets' third base dugout. The 2-2 from Charlie. Swung on. That ball is popped high and deep down the right field line. If it's fair, it's trouble. It is foul. Probably about 15, 20 feet of the right field foul pole. Too close for comfort for sure, but it's a loud strike. He really turned on that one. He was sitting dead red. Wasn't a terrible pitch, but not great location. The 2-2 swung on, chopped over towards Ozzie. Ozzie's got it, flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 put out. 2 away.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back.
Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Good evening. Roll call. Nathaniel. Marguerite. Willis. 4-putt. First pitch on the way from Charlie down and into Starlin Marte. It's 1-0. Radio. Kal-El. Colby. The 1-0 pitch swung on, chopped over to third. And Austin Riley's got it. 5-3 put out. That'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash, and we'll finish roll call when we come back. Join the Country Club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops, members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today.
Well, you can try the public pool, but...
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your suggestion. We're out of here. Yeah. Let's go. Sir, I cannot believe that just happened in this day and age. I know. I can't believe there's such a big list. Don't you get it, dude? They'll always be at capacity for us. He called us lower class. He called us lower class? Yeah, but I wouldn't argue with that, dude. We're definitely lower class. Well, yeah, I'm not disputing that fact, dude. I'm saying we shouldn't get boxed out. Honestly, I just want to go swimming. Should we suck it up and go to the public pool? Gross, dude. I will not go to that disgusting public pool. People there are gross. Let's get out of here.
Back to roll call. Good evening, David S., Robert, Daniel, Desi, Edward, Stella, Rebel X, Balefire, Billy, Gary. I think I already said this, but we'll do it one more time. Good evening, Edward, 4-putt, Kal-El, Colby, Marguerite, Radio, Willis, and Zagas? Ex-Zagas? Pringle. I like that name. All right, first pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna to lead off the bottom of the second inning. Is outside wide. Fastball misses. It's 1-0. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Bottom of the second. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed. 1-1. Marcell Ozuna appeared to be just out in front of that one. So a 1-1 count came in 90 miles an hour. The 1-1, sinker misses high, 2-1. They're calling that pitch, it's really a two-seam fastball. So if you hear me say fastball, if you see sinker on the screen, it's really a two-seamer. His sinker really comes in the high 80s, the fastball in the low 90s. The 2-1 pitch misses down and away. Now that was his cutter, 3-1. Those are his three main pitches, and he does have a change to try to keep you off balance. A 3-1 count to Marcell Ozuna. He digs in the pitch. Swing! And that ball is rifled into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And your Atlanta Braves. One on, nobody out. Michael the Hawk Harris coming to the plate. Good piece of hitting by Ozuna. Stayed underneath that sinker. The sinker didn't sink and drilled it back into center field. Good to see you underwater, and Carter, Ranger. Michael Harris digs in, righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way. Swing! And that ball's lifted high into left field. Not quite deep enough. Drifting in, making the catch is Jeff McNeil. One away. Chase that one on the outside part of the plate. So one down. Arcia will come to the dish. Lando Arcia. First pitch on the way to Orlando is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Orlando batting .387 with a .972 OPS coming into tonight. The 1-0. Rocks and fires. Swung on, pops it up. Can of corn, that'll do him in, 2 away. Catch is made over on the second base side by Joey Wendell. So 2 down, and now it'll be up to Travis d'Arnaud to try to move Marcell Ozuna along. First pitch to d'Arnaud. Swung on and fouled back. It's 0-1. You'd like to see them work the count here a little bit. I mean, these last 2 batters, and including d'Arnaud swinging at the first pitch, he's just fortunate that it went back foul. It was bang, bang, bang. You'd like to get into that Mets bullpen. The 0-1 pitch, outside wide, 1-1. Julio Teheran using a little body English. He kicked his leg out wide trying to get the ball to come back over the plate. So a 1-1 count. Righty-righty, runner on first, 2 outs. Bottom of the second. The pitch. Swing. There's a bit of a delay. I thought the umpire was calling something, but instead it's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled down the line. We'll do it again at 1-2. Los Angeles leads Minnesota 1-0, top of the first. Man, oh man, is what should have been a good pitchers matchup tonight. Pittsburgh and Detroit. It's 5-2 already in the fourth inning, excuse me. You had Reese Olson and Mitch Keller on the mound tonight. That should have been a pretty good pitching matchup, but they're getting worn out. So a 1-2 count. Ozuna on first. Tehran comes, set the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3 out in front of that curveball. That was nasty after dealing with low 90s, 78, and just kind of floated up there, and that'll end the inning. Braves put one on but can't get it across. We'll be back
It's all mixed up with Pete.
Here on Braves Country Radio, 7:15 night.
It's a matrix of like finding a woman. You only get to pick 2. So you've got the triangle. You've got hot at the top. Yep. You've got sane, and then you've got single. Yeah. Okay. You only get to pick 2. Okay. So basically, if she's hot and she's sane, then she's definitely not single. If she's hot and she's single, she's definitely not sane.
I agree with this. This is the best matrix I've ever seen.
And if she's sane and she's single, well, she's definitely not hot.
I'll get to the bottom of this. Yeah. All right. Well, what was the name on the order? Spider-Man. That's very clever. Yeah.
Ask him how it's possible for him to talk to you through a cut phone wire.
How is it possible for you to talk to me through a cut phone?
Holy, Dennis is Spider-Man.
No one is Spider-Man.
Dad? Yep.
It's my birthday.
Happy birthday.
You got anything to say?
What? Yeah, I said it already. It's happy birthday. What do you want?
Well, okay. Am I getting any gifts?
I don't know. That's Mom's department, not mine.
Do I at least get the day off?
Nobody gets a day off on their birthday. You gotta work.
You get the day off on your
My
birthday.
birthday's on Christmas. Everybody gets the day off.
Including you.
Including me, yeah.
Look, so you don't know if I got any gifts.
Okay, let's talk about not what you're getting. Let's talk about what you're not getting. You're not getting kicked out of the house. You don't gotta turn in your cell phone. You don't gotta start paying for your own car insurance today. Let's be thankful of what's not happening to you. And move along. Happy birthday.
What an 18th, am I right?
Yep.
The road may come to an end here, Gehrig wrote his wife. Seems like our backs are to the wall, but there usually comes a way out. Where and what, I know not.
For the past 2 weeks, you've been reading about a bad break. That I might have been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio with Mac Magee, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Charlie Morton goes back to work. The first pitch on the way is a curveball right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Charlie will face DJ Stewart from the left-hand side of the plate. McNeil, also a lefty, and Joey Wendell. The 0-1 pitch swung on, grounded weakly over to first. Olson's got it, steps on the bag, 1 away. One down. Charlie Morton at 28 pitches, by the way. So here are some of the trade targets you can start looking at. Now, this is long-term. We're talking about later in the summer. And it's with the idea that these teams would fall out of the race. That's why I've got so many jotted down, because not everybody's going to stay in the race. Some will be selling, some will be buying. But you get the idea. These are guys that are going to be at the end of their contracts, and teams may be looking to dump them. First pitch to Jeff McNeil is down and below the zone for a ball, 1-0. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. The first one would be if the Tigers were to fall out, is the 1-0 pitch. Swung on, rifled into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And McNeil, 1 on, 1 out, standing on first base. The Detroit Tigers, if they were to fall out of the race, Jack Flaherty, who is trying to reestablish his career, is off to a pretty good start, and he's on a 1-year deal with the Tigers. Yusei Kikuchi is also going to be a left-handed starter that's going to be a free agent at year's end. Is the first pitch on the way for Morton is outside wide for a ball to Wendell. It's 1-0. I think he's more of a long shot. John Means also a long shot along with Corbin Burns. They both play for Baltimore. I fully expect for Baltimore to be in it, but if they were to fall out, you would keep an eye on that as Morton flips it over to first to keep Jeff McNeil close by. The 1-0 pitch. Called for a low strike. Wendell doesn't like it, 1-1. Another one. Now, this is a guy who's going to be coming off of injury. Is expected back around midsummers. The 1-1 pitch. Grounded over to second. Ozzie has it. 4-6. Tried to do a 4-6-3 double play. No dice. Wendell was busting it down the line. 2 away. McNeil retired at second. So it'll be a fielder's choice on the play. Robbie Ray of the San Francisco Giants had Tommy John surgery last year, and he'll be coming back sometime this summer. If the San Francisco Giants fall out of the race, he is another one, along with his teammate, Alex Cobb. First pitch on the way to Brandon Nimmo is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Nimmo, 1 for 1, singled his first time up. The New York Mets are loaded with guys you could be taking a look at, along with tonight's starter Julio Teheran as the 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded foul. It's 0-2. Jose Quintana, Sean Manaea, all of them on one-year deals. An interesting one is Kansas City Royals' Michael Wacha. He has an opt-out that he'll probably exercise. And if he stays, it's a very affordable opt-out. It's a $13 million for next year. The 0-2 pitch from Morton. Down and in, 1-2. Nathan Eovaldi of Texas, if the Rangers were to fall out of it. Patrick Corbin is going to be a free agent, but I do not like the idea that that guy's gotten slapped around in by the Braves and in Truist Park just in general. The 1-2 pitch swung on and chopped foul off of Brandon Nimmo's left leg. We'll do it again, 1-2. And then you got a couple of big names who are going to have a chance to opt out, and they're long shots. But Jordan Montgomery of Arizona, if they were to fall out of it, or Blake Snell of, once again, San Francisco, if they were to fall out of it. Flip it over to keep Nimmo close by. The problem is the Braves are up against it with the salary cap. If they spend over about $6 million for the rest of the season, the 1-2 pitch is down and in, 2-2. Wendell bouncing back and forth at first, threatening to go, but stayed put. So a 2-2 count, 2 outs, top of the third, swing, and fouls it back 95 miles an hour, right there in on the hands, 2-2. The 2-2 count. I think Vogelfat is in Pittsburgh. I think that's where I saw him. The 2-2. Inside 3-2. But I don't know if he made the team. He was on some team we were doing this spring. I remember seeing him, and I don't know if he made the squad. I'll have to look that up. The 3-2 pitch. Charlie comes set. Just misses outside. Ball 4. Brandon Nimmo heads down to first, runs down the first baseline. We got runners on first and second, 2 outs. And Francisco Lindor coming to the plate. Oh, I'm sorry, Toronto. I knew it was someone that we had played in the spring. First pitch on the way to Lindor is popped up high in the sky. Easy playable. Kelenick's got it. We'll head on down to the bottom of the third inning. The JK Kid, Acuna, and Ozzie coming to the plate.
Okay, so I put password on it. Yeah, I put password on it because Broadband suggested for me to put a password on it to make it faster, and but obviously because they thought other people were using it, and
no, I think that's very unreasonable. Well, it was probably me.
Yeah, we've established that. And then my Wi-Fi was being slower inside my house. So my broadband suggested
Well,
put a password on it.
look, I don't mind how slow it runs. Actually,
But I do.
That's the Wi-Fi within your house. What about the Wi-Fi that's coming out the walls? And that's what I'm using. Good enough for me.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that Wi-Fi is still mine.
Well, okay, if you want to use some of it, I mean, you can sit in your garden and you can use the Wi-Fi there. I don't mind. But if you've got a lot of work to do, maybe you can let me know that you're using it so that, it doesn't interfere with the downloading. So you keep your Wi-Fi within the house, lock the windows, close the door, seal up the letterbox, but anything that comes out through the walls is public.
Ryan Sandberg stepping in to lead it off against Danny Cox. Sandberg walked his first time. Last time up, he grounded out third to first. 1 ball and 1 strike. Swung on, fly ball, left center field. That sends Coleman back, and that ball is gone. Home run for Ryan Sandberg. He hit it into the basket.
Denton True Young was an ungainly, out-of-place farm boy when he came to the Cleveland Spiders in 1890. Even his teammates took to calling him Cy, short for Cyrus, because he seemed so countrified. But Cy Young held the Chicago White Stockings to just 3 hits to win his first game, and then went on to win 510 more before he was through, a record never even approached by any other pitcher.
Welcome back. It will please you to know that Daniel Vogelfat, as we call him, he did make the Toronto team. We head to the bottom of the third. The first pitch to Kelenic is a 1-0. Curveball that misses, followed up by a curveball that he slaps back foul. It's 1-1. Daniel is hitting .222 on the year. It's actually kind of high for him. So a 1-1 count to Kelenic. The pitch inside. That did not grab the zone, but that didn't stop Junior Valentine for calling it a strike. It's 1-2. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Bottom of the third. The 1-2 pitch. High and out of the zone, 2-2. So a 2-2 count to Kelenic. Ronald Acuna Jr. stands on deck. The pitch. Inside, ball 3. Full count. Kelenic will be sitting dead red. It would do a heart good to see Vogelbach hit like 350 and 40 bombs with the Blue Jays. The 3-2 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. We'll do it again. Really drive Mets fans nuts at that point. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Bottom 3. Braves finishing up the first time through the order, seeing Tehran this year. The 3-2 pitch swung on, pops it up. It's going to bend foul in between third and left field. Several rows back, caromed off a couple of the chairs and continued to ping pong around. I'm sure fans are fighting over that one. So a full count to Kelenic. Righty, lefty. The payoff pitch. Fouled back again. Ronald Acuna Jr. looming on deck. The pitch to Kelenic. Inside, ball 4. So Jared Kelenic, an excellent at bat to start this off. One on, nobody out. Here comes Ronald Acuna Jr. Hey, Ron's first start of the year, but he was stretched out. Righty. Acuna 0 for 1, swung at the first pitch he saw and grounded it weakly over to short his first time up. Julio flips it over to first to keep JK close by. The first pitch on the way, high and out of the zone, 1-0. It's been a lot of speculation on what is causing these pitcher injuries this year. The 1-0 pitch just misses down and away. 2-0. My 2 cents on it is I think it's a combination of all the things they've done, but it's not like these arm injuries are brand new. But when you take away that sticky tack that they were using, that spider tack, the 2-0 pitch, inside they're going to say you went around 2-1. When you take that away a couple of years ago, so as these pitchers have demonstrated, the ball has to be held deeper into their hand, and it just puts more strain on the ligaments. And the sped up pitch clock is the 2-1 they're going to turn over and flip it over to first. I really think it was extremely stupid on Major League Baseball's part to go from a 20-second to an 18-second this early on, not giving these guys a chance to get adjusted to a pitch clock period. The 2-1, down and away, 3-1. You got to realize, man, these guys are firing the ball up there. They're being told to do it faster and faster, and now you're cutting the time down again, and there was really no reason for it. I would have preferred them wait a few years, then maybe cut it down to 19 and then 18, the 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 3-2. Full count to Acuna. Kelnick on first. Nobody out. Ozzie Albies standing on deck. Riley in the hole. The payoff pitch. Swing! And that ball's fouled back. We'll do it again. It's a sinker on the outer edge, and Acuna dove out there to get it. Just got enough to smash it foul down the first base line. Acuna still with no home runs this year so far. 43 last year. Full count to Ronnie. Tehran lets her go inside, ball 4. Almost hits him. It was a curveball, and it did not curve. So he'll head on down to first base. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie Albies. A little bit of a quick powwow at the Alvarez went out there to talk to Tehran. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. Open stance from Ozzie. The pitch. Outside wide. 1-0. If you missed 7:15, the poem we wrote for Hank Aaron, we are going to replay it as the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss off the top. 1-1. We are going to replay it heading into the bottom of the fourth. That was the inning that Hank Aaron hit the now infamous 7-15 off of Al Downing of the Dodgers. The 1-1 pitch. Outside wide 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Tehran comes set and fires. Swing! And that ball's blasted high and deep into right field. That ball's going to get down for a base hit. Ozzie Albies is on his horse. A run will score. 2 runs will score. Ronald Acuna Jr., holy cow. He came flying around. I saw that he got a good jump. He was on the heels of Kelnick. It was a good carom by Marte and a good feed by Lindor. Threw it. Honest engine. That was just a great overall play by everyone involved. A great smack off the wall by Ozzie. A great read by Acuna. And he came in hot. And it was a perfect relay that almost got Acuna, but a head-first slide on the back end of the dish, and Alvarez just missed the tag. So a 2 RBI double. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is up high for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty. The pitch. Inside 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Runner at second. Nobody out. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Over the top, it's 2-1. Braves 2, Mets nothing. Bottom of the third inning. Pirates 6-2 over Detroit. That game is in the bottom of the fifth, and they're not done. Looks like they're still letting Holson in there. The 2-1 pitch swung on and slaps it back foul, 2-2. I've been paying attention to the game and just watching it off to the side. And man, that kid's at like almost 90 pitches, giving up 6 runs, and they still got him out there. Tigers ain't playing. The 2-2 pitch. Swing! And that ball's rattled off the mask of Alvarez. That was a hanger. Austin Riley just missed timing that one up. Braves 2, Mets nothing, bottom of the third inning. Tehran comes set, the 53rd pitch of the night. The right-hander deals. Just misses outside. Ball 3, 3-2. Close pitch. Probably missed it by about 2 to 3 inches off the plate. If that. Full count to Riley as Ozzie dances back and forth from second. The pitch. Swung on, pops it up. Just got underneath that. Brandon Nimmo will make the catch with ease. Fires it over to third, but Ozzie was not going. Too shallow of a ball to advance on, one away. Bottom of the third, 2-0 Atlanta. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson, 0 for 1. The first pitch, right there, top of the zone for a strike. Looked like the cutter, 0-1. The 0-1. Tehran comes set, flips it in there. Inside, did he go around? They're going to check down the line. to third base umpire Chad Fairchild. Fairchild says he did go around. It's 0-2. Olson didn't like it. It did look like he may have offered at it. Kind of handcuffed him. It was one of those, an excuse me check swing. The 0-2 pitch, outside wide, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Ozzie trying to get him home. The 1-2 from Olson. High and out of the zone, trying to get him to chase 2-2. Seen Tehran do that a few times with some of these power hitters. He starts them off low, and then he tries to get them to chase up high to pop it up. The 2-2 from Julio. Caught looking, strike 3. That is the second time he has handcuffed Matt Olson, and Olson can't get the bat off his shoulders. He's not picking it up for whatever reason. So Olson will head back to the dugout, 2 outs, and then he'll leave it up to Marcell Ozuna, who singled his last time up. He's 1 for 1. Marcell comes into the at-bat batting .333 and a 1073 OPS. First pitch on the way, misses outside wide, ball, it's 1-0. Starts him off with a cutter once again. The 1-0. Tehran comes set. Looks Ozzie back to the bag. The pitch. Swing! And that ball's blasted high and deep. Going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone! Ram-a-lamma ding-dong, a 2-run shot. And the Big Zoo goes 442 happy feet. His 5th home run of the year. Twelfth RBI. 112 miles an hour off the bat, and your Atlanta Braves take a 4-0 lead. Julio Tehran knew it the moment he swung. He emphatically punched down, realizing he had hung that pitch. That'll bring Michael Harris to the plate. Harris takes the first pitch outside wide for a ball, 1-0. Harris popped up weakly his first time up. Chased that same changeup off the plate. This time it was much further off the plate. The 1-0 to Harris. Swing! And that ball is fisted foul. It'll get just past the third base dugout into the stands, bouncing around like a pinball. It's 1-1. Philadelphia, St. Louis, 0-0, bottom of the second. The 1-1 just misses outside. 2-1. So a 2-1 count. The pitch to Harris. He shows bunt, pulls it back. Now it's 3-1. The 3-1 to Mike. Swing, and that ball is hit up the middle. That ball is going to get into the glove, off the chest, bounce back towards second base, and Michael Harris is going to end up on first base. See how they score that. It was going to be a difficult play for Lindor with Harris's speed. It's one that I guarantee you Lindor will tell you he should have made. We'll see if they call it an error, but it looks like they're going to call it an infield single. Hometown gets the benefit of the doubt there. So runner on first. 2 outs. They're going to go out there and have a quick powwow with Lindor. Second mound visit by the team. Remember, they've cut that down to 4 now. Runner on first, 2 outs. Minnesota has taken a 2-1 lead over the Dodgers in the bottom of the third of the home run by Manuel Margot. Here comes Orlando Arcia. The first pitch to Arcia is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. The pitch. Swing, and that ball is rifled into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Lando Arcia with another base hit. And your Atlanta Braves. Runners. On the corners now. Michael Harris got a great jump and easily got to second base. Looked like he was going on the pitch, and when the ball was rifled into left field, he just kept booking. We are going to get a pitching change. Enough is enough, the Mets say. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Who wins in a cage match of Ronda Rousey and Bruce Jenner versus Ronda Rousey and Bruce Jenner, or Caitlyn Jenner, versus Michael Sam and Ray Rice? Well, I tried to make it as even as possible.
Armchair. I may have been a little irrational today.
A little?
Shut up!
Well, let me say this. I'm talking to the players, man. If you're going to make $50, $60 million a year to play basketball 3 or 4 days a week, play basketball, man. Now, if you're injured, don't play. But everybody hurts after the first 2 weeks of the season. Your legs sore, your knees sore. If you're injured, I don't want you to play. But the notion that $30, $40, $50 million to play basketball 4 days a week, y'all got the best shoes, you got the best medical staff, you got these guys sleeping in chambers, you got ice baths. Man, if you can play, shut the hell up and play.
I heard that this year we at Harvard won the baseball championship because we have a pitcher who has a fine curveball. I am further instructed that the purpose of the curveball is to deliberately deceive the batter. Harvard is not in the business of teaching deception. Charles Eliot, president of Harvard College.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, your Atlanta Braves. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Garrett is the pitcher. We're on him in a second. The first pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Reed Garrett. It's a 0 ERA in three appearances. 31-year-old out of Virginia. The 0-1 down and away, 1-1. Henrico, Virginia. Drafted by the Rangers in 2014 out of VMI. The 1-1 to d'Arnaud. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Righty-righty pitch. Just misses off the plate wide. They're going to say he went around. I don't know about that one. 1-2. d'Arnaud's not going to argue because he wants Charlie to get those same calls when he's up. So a 1-2 count. I feel like sometimes these umpires take advantage of the catchers with that. The 1-2 count. Swing! And that ball's fouled straight back. We'll do it again at 1-2. Braves 4, Mets nothing. Darno a chance to tack on some more runs. He has infamously had a great career against the Mets. More notably in New York, but he, all in all, has been a Mets killer since he came over to Atlanta, the former New York Met. Garrett turns around and flips the ball over to first to keep Arcia close by. Wouldn't that be something Arcia gets picked off, because he is not a threat to steal, but that was a close play. So a 1-2 count. Garrett comes set. They set up outside. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Travis d'Arnaud down on strikes, and that'll end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves put 4 on the board. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Vaughn's been working on a couple of new pitches, the Eliminator and the Humiliator, to complement his fastball, the Terminator. I heard that. Dynamite drop-in, Monty. That broadcast school has really paid off.
Before Jackie Robinson, Moses Fleetwood Walker broke baseball's color barrier. In his third year of college, he enrolled at the University of Michigan. There he was the team's leading hitter, hitting both for average and power. In 1883, he would not return to Michigan, instead choosing to sign with the Toledo Blue Stockings, where he would start his journey to become a professional baseball player. He appeared in 60 of Toledo's 84 games in 1883, despite catching barehanded with his only protection being a mask behind home plate. Toledo's success in 1883 propelled them into the American Association, where they officially became a Major League Baseball team in 1884. This meant on opening day of the 1884 season, the starting catcher of the Blue Stockings would become the first African-American player to play a professional baseball game. During his only Major League season, he batted .263, third best on the team, and 23 points above the league average. Unfortunately, he would be plagued by injuries. His last game of the season would be in July, when he suffered a season-ending injury. On September 22nd, he was released. The Blue Stockings folded in 1885, and Walker bounced around between minor league teams until 1888. In 1889, the American Association and the National League unofficially banned African American players. Regardless, he will forever be known as the player who broke baseball's color barrier and paved the way for Jackie Robinson.
Armchair.
Brooklyn had last won a pennant in 1920, but the Dodgers had never won a World Series. And with players like Pea Ridge Day and Hot Potato Hamlin, they were best known for what one of their own managers called bonehead play. The most celebrated Dodger star was Babe Herman, who hit .393 in 1930, an all-time Dodger record. But he was famously inept in the field, carried lit cigars in his pockets, and once boasted that if a fly ball ever hit him on the head, he'd quit.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Pete Alonso. Righty-righty matchup is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 4, Mets nothing. Fourth inning. The 1-0 pitch. Roxon fires it right down the pipe for a strike. 1-1. It was about a year ago that Pete Alonso hit the home run and did the famous throw it again, throw it again. The Mets were never the same. It's the 1-1, or down and in, curveball misses, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Pitch on the way. Curveball misses, 3-1. The 3-1 swung on and chopped foul. Alonso unloaded on that one, just hit it over the top. Astros 2-0 over the Rangers. That game just got started. It's a weird four-game series wraparound by two division rivals this early in the year. The 3-2 pitch misses, ball 4. Charlie Martin loses Alonso. He'll hit on down to first, and Francisco Alvarez will come to the dish. Francisco Alvarez. If you're a Mets fan, this is definitely one of your high points that you're really looking for this season to see him develop. First pitch on the way, swung on and sawed off foul. It's 0-1. He very well could be the best hitting catcher in baseball by next year. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the left field line. Just foul. 0-2. It seems like he's done pretty well behind the plate as well. They talked about him possibly struggling defensively when he first came up, but I haven't seen it. He's done pretty well. The 0-2 pitch. Did he go around? They checked down the first baseline. He did. Strike 3. Carlos Torres said he went around. Oh, yeah, he definitely went around. That wasn't even close. A little surprised home plate umpire Junior Valentine didn't pick up on that. One down. First pitch on the way to Beatty. It swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Kal-El. One interpreter away from the Hall of Fame. That's good stuff. The 0-1 pitch. Righty lefty. Swing, and that ball's hit over off the glove of Olson. Gets the carom. He's got nowhere to go. Beatty hustling down the line, and Alonso easily making it to second. Olson might have been better off letting that ball go and seeing if Ozzie could get to it. It would have been tough play, but that would have been the only chance to get that play made. That ball doesn't just out of the outreach of Olson, goes off the webbing of his glove. But instinctively, you can't just let a ball go like that you think you can get to. So runners on first and second, one out. First pitch on the way to Starlin Marte is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. And I'm with you, Kal-El. It is absolutely dumbfounding that he is getting away with what he's getting away with. And then to add to it, the lie that he got caught in a week later with the home run ball that he lied and said that he talked to the fan that gave him the home run ball back, and evidently that never happened. 1-1 count to Marte after he takes the curveball in the dirt. Runners on first and second, one out. The pitch. Inside, did he go around? He did, 1-2. So 1-2 count. Charlie would love to see Marte roll this ball over, hit into a double play, but strikeout would be nice too. The 1-2. Swing, and that ball's hammered into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Alonso will come around to score. Kelenic is going to throw it home. They did not get him. It's a good play. It's a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. I know Alonso's not that fleet of foot, but Kelenic came up firing. That throw was right on the money. He just beat it. Kelenic looks dumbfounded, but you can tell by the replay he definitely beat it. But it was a lot closer than you expect it. His hand just went over the plate. It's a good job by Riley, too, deking the runner at second, acting like he was going to cut that off, and instead he let it go through. First pitch on the way. It's a swing and a miss. Curveball inside to DJ Stewart. It's 0-1. Braves 4, Mets 1. Righty lefty, the pitch. Down and in. 1-1. So 1-1 count. Get you caught up here on the out out-of-town scoreboard here in a second. 1-1 count. Pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's chopped over to second. Ozzy's got it, flips it over to first, and it's going to be a 4-6-3 inning-ending double play. Right place, right time. Let's go to the break. When we come back, the bottom of the fourth inning we go. We've been put this together yesterday and hope you enjoy it. Braves Country on 7:15. 7:15 by DM Magee, 2024. At 7:14, while enduring the hate, he carried the ghosts and stepped to the plate, echoing down from the great Yankee lore, the Bambino's shadow larger from days of before. Henry brushed back the pressure that loomed, threats from fanatics, knowing records were doomed. Into the box, and here comes the pitch. 7:15, it flipped like a switch. Fans escorted 44 round the bases. Hammer and Hank lit up their faces with smiles that unite as he wiped away tears. He hugged Mama tight for so many years. The Hammer had climbed the ladder to the top. A sigh of relief. Briefly, time stopped. We recall and rewind the impossible dream that night down in Georgia of 7:15. 7:15 by DM Magee, 2024. Braves lead it 4-1. Bottom of the fourth. This is the infamous inning where 50 years ago tonight is a swing and a miss by Jared Kelenic to start off the at-bat versus Garrett, who's back out there. It's 0-1. 50 years ago tonight in the fourth inning, Hank Aaron made history hitting number 715 over the wall versus Al Downing. The 0-1 pitch swung on, pops it up over towards the third base side, well past the dugout, foul. It's 0-2. Appreciate it, Margaret. The 0-2. Righty-lefty. The pitch. Swing and a miss over the top. Strike three. Looked like the change. It's a nasty pitch by Reed. Reed Garrett. So one down. And that'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate as we flip the lineup over. His third at bat of the night. The first pitch to Ronnie is swing and a miss. Chase the sinker down and away. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Inside, misses 1-1. A 1-1 count. Ronald Acuna Jr. digs in. The pitch down and in, 96-mile-an-hour sinker. 2-1. Standing on deck is Ozzy Albies. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. Chase won that off the edge. 2-2. Steady diet a sinker, splitter, slider. The 2-2 pitch. Tried to get him to chase that slider. 3-2. So a full count. Garrett comes set, his 14th pitch of the night. Swing! And that ball's lifted high and deep. Not deep enough. He actually got underneath it. I thought it was going to go a little further. Didn't think it was going to get out, but I thought it would at least get further than that. That thing almost fell down in front of McNeil. He misread it too. He started backwards as I'm checking the New York monitor. He started backwards and then realized that he got underneath it, and the backspin was Cunha really is scuffling. I know he wants to get that first home run of the year, and that sometimes that just weighs on you. You're squeeze the bat too tight. First pitch to Ozzie Albies is inside for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Open stance from the Oz. The pitch. Swung on. That ball's getting golfed into right field. That ball is down for a base hit. Ozzie Albies stops at first. Thought about stretching it out, but instead he'll stay at first. He's got runner on first, 2 outs. Second hit of the night. Kind of went down there and got below the zone. Reminds you of the way Vladimir Guerrero would just slap that bat out there and find a way to get on. Pitches nowhere near the zone. The first pitch on the way to Austin Riley is a swing and a miss, 92-mile-an-hour sinker. It's 0-1. Riley, 1 for 2 on the night, single in the first. 270 average, 821 OPS. Off to a solid start. 2 home runs and 8 RBI on the young season. Reed was with Baltimore and the Mets last year as the 0-1 pitches. Chop foul down the line. 0-2. Might remember him from Washington in 2022 as well, Reed Garrett. Looks to have pretty solid stuff. You wonder how long they can leave him out there. 19th pitch of the night. The 0-2 pitch, high and out of the zone, 1-2. Your out-of-town scoreboard has Pittsburgh 7-2 over Detroit in the 7th. Cincinnati 9-6 over Milwaukee in the 6th. Minnesota 2-1 over the Dodgers. That game is in the 5th. Phillies and Cardinals are scoreless. The 1-2, sawed off foul in on the hands, out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. Blue Jays lead Seattle 4-6. In Texas, 5-2 over Houston. That game's still in the first. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Austin Riley decided to swing at that pitch early this morning. There he was not holding up. We'll be back in a flash at nowhere near the zone here on Braves Country.
I asked my wife what she wanted for Valentine's Day, and she said a divorce. I said I wasn't planning on spending that much money.
In the late 50s and early 60s, the state of Florida was responsible for 2/3 of all loss of limb accident claims in the U.S., due largely to one town, Vernon, Florida. This was because Vernon was the site of a widespread insurance scam where residents would dismember themselves for a payout. The problem was so extensive that the town became known as Nub City for this very reason. One man claimed he shot his foot when he mistook it for a squirrel. These claims generally received payouts of $5,000 to $10,000, but as the scam went on, the claims increased in value as the residents became bolder. This practice finally ended in the late 60s when premium rates became too high.
I am sick. I am sick of your And when I'm not sick, I'm tired. I am sick and tired.
Just so y'all know, I am too old to be going out anywhere past 10 p.m. Please only invite me to brunch and day parties.
Satchel was just about some of everything. He was like, we had a good baseball team. When Satchel pitched, we had a great baseball team.
Number one, that's a fastball.
He called that his midnight rider. The changeup, he called that 4-day creeper.
He kicked his leg impossibly high before pitching. Then he'd throw around that foot.
I was playing with Toledo Crawford, the first team in 1940, and I heard about Satchel. So I said, well, I'm going to stay up here a whole week after the season over and see Satchel, because I'd never seen him before. So I was up in the grandstand, bashful like I was, you know. I'm way up by myself, and the game started, and Satchel threw the ball. I didn't see anything. The man threw the ball back. He threw it again. I didn't see nothing. I said, he playing shot a ball? So next inning, I went down there where behind the stop. I just saw a little glimpse. He was throwing the ball. But in the grandstand, I couldn't see him.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves lead this one 4-1. Charlie Morton will go back to work. Jeff McNeil leads it off. 1-0 pitch. Right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Swung on, chopped it foul. Off the right leg of Travis d'Arnaud behind home plate, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. The pitch, down and in, 2-2. Righty lefty. Charlie lets her go. Tried to get him to chase that change down below the knees. Good pitch, but no dice. 3-2. So a 3-2 count. Number 9 hitter Joey Wendell stands on deck. The payoff pitch. No, just missed curveball outside. Ball 4. And it's a leadoff walk here in the 5th. Charlie Morton, just 66 pitches in. You'd like to see him eat some innings tonight. Braves do not have a day off this week. They don't have another day off until a week from Thursday. So they're going to be mindful of. Now, the one thing they do have in their back pocket is the first pitch on the way is inside high for a ball, 1-0. Alan Winans was added to the roster yesterday after putting Spencer Strider on the IL. And with that said, is the 1-0 pitch down below the knees, 2-0. If they needed someone to eat some innings over the next couple of days, they could put Winans in as the 2-0 misses high, 3-0. And he would be a long man out of the bullpen. If not, he very well could get the start on Wednesday, because as of right now, we do not have a Wednesday starter. Tomorrow is Raylo as the 3-0 right down the pipe, taken all the way. Wendell 3-1. Thursday would be Max Fried. But Wednesday was Strider's spot. And though Bryce Elder's expected to, as a 3-1, right there on the black, just kissed it, outer edge, 3-2. The expectation is that Elder's going to be given an opportunity for the long-term spot to fill. But he pitched on Saturday. We talked about this pregame show on Saturday, but they didn't want to mess up his schedule, so they went ahead and had him pitch. So he would probably come in and pitch sometime next weekend. The 3-2. Down and in, ball 4. And Charlie Morton has walked the first 2 batters here in the 5th. Now you would think they would go out there and talk to him, give him a breather, kind of calm him down, but instead they're going to let him face the top of the order. With that pitch clock counting down, Nimmo steps in. The first pitch, curveball, just scraps the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. The pitch, down below the knees, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Righty lefty. The pitch. Swing, and that ball's belted high and deep and gone. A hanger, and it is a tie ball game, 4-4. Brandon Nimmo rounds the bases. And just like you could tell, Charlie Morton is kind of losing some gas there. And why in the world they don't go out there and talk to him in that spot, I'll never understand. They're always a day late and $1 short, and now they'll go out there and give a chat to Morton. Real quick one. So a clean slate now. Tie game. Francisco Lindor comes to the plate. He takes the first pitch down low for a ball, 1-0. Braves 4, Mets 4, top 5. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on, chop foul down the first base line, 1-1. He's gone 4-seam curveball. Charlie Morton, 77 pitches, which is manageable, but he's had about 16 here in this inning. The 1-1, outside wide, 2-1. So a 2-1 count, top of the fifth. Morton comes set and fires. Swing, pops it up. Will it stay in play? It will not. Bends down the third base line, 2-2. Braves 4, Mets 4. The 2-2 count. Swung on and fouled back. So a 2-2 count. Charlie Morton now at 80 pitches. Laboring here in the fifth inning. The pitch. Inside. 3-2. Same two teams at it tomorrow night. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. 7:20 first pitch. The 3-2 pitch swung on. Slaps that back foul. Standing on deck is Alonso. Righty-lefty. The pitch. Curveball swung on, lifted into center field. Very playable. Michael Harris II comes in, makes the catch. 1 away. Pete Alonso will come to the plate. Free agent at the end of the year, and I'm a little surprised that Pete Alonso and the Mets didn't come to some kind of agreement last year or during the offseason this year. As the first pitch on the way is taken right there for a strike. It's 0-1. But Pete Alonso, like a lot of these other players, appears to be ready to take it all the way to free agency as the 0-1 pitch is fouled back. It's 0-2. The 0-2. Swung on, chopped over to short. Arcia's got it, fires it over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out. 2 away. One of the things that you do wonder if this is going to hurt him, Scott Boras is the agent of Pete Alonso. And it seems more and more like teams are just done dealing with Scott Boras and his shenanigans. And you wonder if that's why he hasn't gotten that deal done. First pitch on the way to Alvarez is just below the knees, called for a low strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. The pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Phillies taking a 2-0 lead over St. Louis. Braves lead on Philadelphia. 2.5 in the division. Morton takes his own timeout. He's like, I'm tired of waiting on y'all to come out there and talk to me. I'm going to take my own breather. So an 0-2 count from Charlie, 88 pitches. High number in this inning. The pitch. Outside wide, 1-2. Got to figure now this may be his last inning. If he can get Alvarez, they may send him back out there for the 6th and see how far he can go. The 1-2 from Charlie. Kicks, rocks, fires. Caught, looking, strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Mets tie it up. It's 4-4, heading to the bottom of 5.
One thing about me is that I will buy that coffee. I will. Do I need it? First off, watch your tone. Second off, not at all. But I don't regret it. I don't regret it, babe. I don't. Pockets empty, hearts full. Cheers to that, bucko.
Hey guys, and welcome back to another episode of Is It Allergies? Is it COVID? Is it my period? Or is this just how my body feels in my 30s?
One thing about me is that I will be having a Diet Coke. I will be having a Diet Coke. I will be enjoying this beverage. And I make my own money, so I spend it how I like, and I spend it on Diet Coke sometimes, because that's what I want to do. And nothing grinds my gears more than whenever I'm sipping on my Diet Coke, and somebody's like, you know, that's just as bad for you as the regular thing. Oh my God. Oh my God, I did not know that I asked. I was not aware that I asked.
And to throw out the ceremonial first pitch, the roar for the Yankee Clipper, Joe DiMaggio. As Joe, Yankees of today still in awe of the Clipper as a player and as a man.
Pete Rose had played in 3,562 games, come to bat 14,035 times, and made 4,256 hits, more than any other man in all 3 categories. He had been a hero to 2 generations of baseball fans, Cincinnati's favorite citizen, so popular that a member of the city council once tried to get him declared a civic landmark to prevent his ever playing anywhere else. He seemed to be a throwback to some mythical earlier age of hit-and-run, hard-scrabble baseball, when players played for the pure joy of it.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. New York Mets 4-4, bottom 5. Have the heart of the Atlanta Braves order due up here in the bottom of the 5th. Matt Olson steps in. First pitch on the way is a called strike that bounces out of Alvarez's glove on the edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Misses high and out of the zone. 1-1. They're showing ball on the screen and on the one that I'm looking at here, but home plate umpire motion for a strike. So though our screen says 3-0, The home screen says 2-1, as does the away screen. The 2-1 pitch, swung on and fouled back, 2-2. The 2-2. This happens a few times a year. You'll get to the point where the 2-2 down and away, ball 3-2. So what we suspected was true. That first pitch was a strike. Full count. So a 3-2 count. The pitch. Down and away, ball 4. That'll bring Marcelo Ozuna to like the argument is in the chat is whether it's the Phillies, Dodgers, or Mets fans are the worst in baseball. I mean, I can't even put the Mets fans in there. I really don't. I mean, their fan base, man, they're long-suffering. And though the Phillies fan base really doesn't have that much to chirp about, it doesn't stop them. They brag about the goofiest things. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-1. I look as the Mets fans are passionate, and they might be a little overbearing, but the Philly fan base in every sport is just the worst. The 1-1, the pitch, swing and fouls it back, 1-2. One-two count. I lived in New York for a little while, and I'll tell you what, if you talk to a Mets fan after enough beers, they'll be honest and they'll say, we heckle the Braves more than anything else because of the jealousy, because the Braves have had their number for so many years. The 1-2 count to Ozuna, down and in. Whoa. Awful call. They call that a strike 3. Terrible, and I mean awful call. On the screen, you're going to see it probably pop up where it looks like it touched the bottom of the zone, but that's not accurate at all. That thing damn near hit his shoe tops. Junior Valentine's had some bad calls tonight, but that is by far the worst one. That'll end up on social media. The first pitch on the way to Michael Harris is swung on and a miss. They're going to throw it down to second. Matt Olson heads on down to second, and they're going to say that he got thrown out. Got kind of a late jump. I'm a little surprised that Olson ran on that play. It didn't get that far away. Olson's not a very fast runner. It got past Alvarez, but came carrying off the brick wall instantly, and he threw a perfect strike to get Olson. Granted, everything had to go wrong there for Olson to get thrown out, but I'm just very I'm a little surprised because Olson typically isn't that aggressive. The 0-1 to Michael, swing and a miss over the top. It's 0-2. The 0-2 count. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Harris chased that one off the edge of the end of the inning. So essentially 3 up, 3 down after Olson got thrown out. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
A breakup, y'all. Have y'all ever chased your dog down the street and they thinking it's a damn game? Horrible.
Of all the dangerous things we did growing up in the 70s and 80s, the most dangerous was getting in a car with our parent. I mean, it was like playing a game of Russian roulette. We had seatbelts. We couldn't use them. We had to do. Any given moment, our mom would need both hands to light her cigarette. Hey, take the wheel. jump over and grab that wheel, and you're going down the freeway responsible for everyone in the car, and you're 8 years old. Your parents would pick up random hitchhikers and put them in the back seat with you. Sometimes they took your spot and you'd have to sit on the middle hump. You had nothing to hold on to. And mom hits a bump, you're going into the ceiling and then straight down to the floor. We fell out of moving cars all the time. It was also very normal for your mom to hit you with the car. Your mom was paying no attention to where you walked or what you were doing. She would hit that gas right when you walked in front of her car and just plow you over and then roll down the window and yell at you. You shouldn't be standing in front of the car. Like, this is how I get in the school, Mom. And now, like, it blows my mind. Cars are so safe. You have backup cameras and blind spot sensors that beep, 17 airbags, and you keep your kid facing the back window till he hits puberty. Like, we just wanted a seatbelt.
Remember, Ed's almost good beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Still, the family of baseball continued to grow. Larry McPhail's grandson Andy ran a team. Yogi Berra's son Dale played for a while. And one evening in California, back-to-back home runs were hit by Ken Griffey and Ken Griffey Jr. In Hoboken, New Jersey, the factory Maxwell House had built on the Elysian Fields where baseball began closed down. And that same year, the Baltimore Orioles opened a brand new, old-style ballpark on the site of the saloon once owned by the father of Babe Ruth.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way, Charlie Morton. It's right there for a strike at the knees at Beatty. It's 0-1. Morton at 91 pitches, so they're going to see if they can get him through the sixth. Any sign of trouble, I'd say he's going to be given the hook. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 0-2. The only thing that concerns you is with the injury to Strider. You're like, man, don't wear his arm out too. Looks like Aaron Bummer's warming up in the Braves bullpen. So an 0-2 count after fastball curve. Righty, lefty, the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. Got him with the Uncle Charlie. One away. One down. Can't help but laugh at Jesse's comment. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way to Starlin Marte, who's 1 for 2. Down and away for a ball, 1-0. Marte, and then standing on deck is DJ Stewart. Bummer, the left-hander, waiting in the pen, the 1-0 pitch, swing, and that ball's blasted deep into left field, going back on the track at the wall. Making the catch is Jared Kelenic just before pay dirt, 2 away. Well, he gave that thing a ride. I thought he may have had a chance to get that thing out. Ball's not quite carrying out like it normally does. So 2 down. DJ Stewart, who was 0 for 12 on the season, but he's a darn good hitter. Got to make sure you don't hang one to him. The first pitch on the way, check swing, foul, out of play. It's 0-1. DJ Stewart was a finalist for the Golden Spikes Award when he was a college baseball player at Florida State a few years back. Righty-lefty pit matchup. The curveball down and in, 1-1. Bummer definitely looks like he is ready. Ideally, you get through Stewart and you get McNeil and Wendell, probably force a pinch hitter at some point, and Nimmo. Back-to-back-to-back lefties. The 1-1, swing and a miss. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Charlie Morton, about to fire his 99th pitch of the evening. Raises the glove, kicks and whips it. Check swing into the dugout. Foul, third base dugout. We'll do it again at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Kicks and fires. Down below the knees, but a lot higher than the one they called for a strike 3 in the last inning. So I don't know what the hell Junior Valentine's doing. So a full count. He's back there spotting dimes and eating onions. The pitch in the dirt. 3-2. So a 3-2 count. DJ Stewart calls his timeout, adjusts his gloves. Dodgers, Minnesota 2-2 in the 7th. 5-4 shootout in Texas. Rangers over the Astros in the 3rd. The 3-2 pitch swung on, chops that foul off the plate, curveball. We'll do it again. High scoring game between those two so far. The payoff pitch swung on and chopped that foul. He got a piece of Travis d'Arnaud. Oh, it was the follow-through that got d'Arnaud in the back of the helmet. Stewart immediately turned around to check on Travis. I think he actually just tipped the mask. It looked worse than what it was, but DJ Stewart knew them. Remember a few years back when Ozuna kept smacking catchers in the back of the head? The 0-2 pitch. Chop foul down the line. We'll do it again, 3-2. That was during his struggles, too. I mean, he couldn't do anything right back then. He had a low batting average. People wanted him off the team, and he was smacking catchers in the back of the head with his follow-through. The 3-2 pitch from Charlie. Inside, did he go around? They're going to check down the third base line. They are going to say he did not. And that's a bummer for Charlie Morton because he was a half a swing away from getting a quality start. Instead, it is a bummer for Charlie Morton because Aaron Bummer's coming in and Brian Snickers getting the hook. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I'll take one terrible beer filled up way too high so I spill most of it, and a too long hot dog on a too short bun. And do you have mustard and relish?
Yeah, it's right there between the entrance and the exit to the bathroom.
Perfect. And can I get a bag of unsalted peanuts? You know, something I would never eat anywhere else in the world?
Sure, here you go.
Great, great. I can't wait to have diarrhea in the stall with no door while 20 guys wait for me to finish.
When we make what the men make and get the crowds that the men draw, then we should get paid the same. Literally, the men fund our leagues and we will still whine that we don't get paid enough. And honestly, it makes all of us look bad because instead of being thankful for the league that we have, we go out and whine and complain about the pay. I don't hear the men whining about OnlyFans models getting paid more than them. I don't hear the men whining about models getting paid more than them. Kendall Jenner is the highest paid supermodel. Where are the male supermodels? But whenever men dominate in an industry, women will just complain. Yes, let's not live in this delusion.
If it changes, I don't see why equality should be the only ambition for the women. If it turns out that in some sport women get more viewers watching and therefore draw more revenue, I'm all for them getting more money than the men.
Can you name 5 WNBA players? 5 female soccer players?
I mean, I can't name any.
Support
WNBA,
from
the
the
basketball?
feminists.
I don't
we
know.
would get equal pay if we would just get the support from the feminists.
Well, let me tell you.
Name 5.
Let me tell you.
I don't even know what the WNBA is.
We need our support.
Armchair.
It was an even bet that Babe would either catch it or get killed by it. His general practice was to run up when the ball was hit and then turn and run back and then circle about uncertainly. All this time the ball was descending, the spectators were petrified with fear, and Mr. Herman was chewing gum, unconcerned. At the proper moment, he stuck out his glove. If he found the ball there, he was greatly surprised and very happy.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Aaron Bummer will come on. 3 innings of work so far with a 9 ERA, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. Lefty-lefty matchup. He's set to face Jeff McNeil, who's 1 for 1. The first pitch on the way. Down below the knees for ball 1-0. Braves 4, Mets 4, top 6. The 1-0 pitch, right there at the edge of the zone inside, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Check swing, did not go around, almost grabbed the outer edge. The 2-1 pitch, chopped foul in between home and first. Aaron Bummer comes set, the 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled right at, and I mean right at, Austin Riley, an atom ball to end the inning. L5 if you're scoring at home. We'll be back in a flash.
Do you ever just want to retire from being thick? God, I've been thick my whole damn life. Like, I want to switch it up, change the tempo, retire, collect my 401k and just settle down. I can't remember a time my thighs didn't touch. Is that a footprint on my wall?
I'm worried about any number of things, but this is one thing I never, ever worry about. When I read in the papers that escalating salaries or gambling are going to be the end of baseball, I love it because I've been hearing this or been reading about this for 130 years.
I don't think you can't do too much because we've done a whole lot of things to hurt it, but it's a type thing that I don't care how, but you can't kill it. You just can't kill baseball because when you get ready to kill baseball, something gonna come up, somebody gonna come up to snatch you. After the Black Sox scandal, here comes Ruth. I heard Ruth hit the ball. I'd never heard that sound before. And I was outside the fence, but it was a sound of the bat that I had never heard before in my life. That was Ruth hitting the ball. And the next time I heard that sound, I'm in Washington, D.C., I rushed out, and there was Josh Gibson hitting the ball. Now, I didn't hear it anymore. I'm in Kansas City, and I heard this sound one more time that I hadn't heard only twice in my life. Bo Jackson swinging at that, and now I heard this sound. It was a thrill for me. I said, here it is again. I heard it again. I've only heard it 3 times in my life, but now I'm living because I'm going to hear it again one day if I live long enough.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves tied up 4-4. The bottom of the 6th we go. The bottom of the order due up. Orlando Arcia, Travis d'Arnaud, Jerry Kelnick. Arcia steps in, batting .394. The first pitch on the way from Sulcer, who's into the game now. This is high for a ball. It's 1-0. The right-hander delivers. Slider well off the edge, 2-0. Cole Sulcer, 34-year-old from California, played his college ball at Dartmouth. The 2-0 pitch, swing, and that ball's chopped over deep into third, and going to be a foul ball, just foul. Beatty backhanded it and had him. There's timeout being called. And I don't know what the timeout is being called, but you cannot call that fair because you already called it foul and Arcia quit running. It landed, honest engine, it hit the chalk. So I guess the Mets could challenge that, but what's disingenuous about that, I guess that's really up to, at the end of the day, Arcia should run it out, but it's disingenuous because when they yell foul that quick, the runner stops. First pitch, the 2-1 pitch, on the way to Arcia's out wide, ball 3, so it's a moot point now. It was called foul by the third base umpire, Fairchild. It did appear like it hit chalk, but that doesn't mean that it was fair going over the bag. The 3-1, foul back out of play, 3-2. Cole Sulcer played his college ball at Dartmouth, was drafted by the Cleveland Indians back when that was a thing. In the 25th round, back when that was a thing in 2013. So the payoff pitch swung on, chopped back up the mound off the glove originally of the pitcher Sulcer. It ricochets backhanded by the second baseman Wendell against his body. No real chance to throw him out, but a valiant effort. It's going to be an infield single for Orlando Arcia. And the Braves have the go-ahead run. If he doesn't make contact with the ball, it's going to get to the outfield anyways. It took a funny hop. When it hit his glove, it kind of kicked to the left if you're looking at it from home plate. Somehow Wendell still stayed with it, got his glove on it, got it the ball towards first. First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is down for a strike on the outer edge. Good pitch by Sulcer, 0-1. The 0-1. The pitch, swing and a miss, 0-2. Chased a slider out of the zone. So an 0-2 count. The pitch to d'Arnaud, swing, and that ball's lifted high into right center field. Going back on the track, off the wall, and it's going to be a double for Travis d'Arnaud. Here comes the throw to the plate. Safe in your Braves. They're taking us 5-4 lead. Travis d'Arnaud took a 93-mile-an-hour fastball that was a touch out of the zone and gave it a ride. Orlando Arcia, great jump on it and a great read. He kept going. Tui was doing the windmill. The ball was almost caught by Marte. If Marte catches that ball, it would have been an easy twin killing. Instead, it got just over his glove. Arcia kept going. And the Braves lead it 5-4. First pitch on the way to Jared Kelenic is outside wide for a strike. Slider just nipped the edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1, swing and a miss up top. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count to Kelenic. He's 0 for 1 with the walk. Righty-lefty matchup. Runner on second, the pitch. In the dirt, backhanded off the glove of Alvarez, but he keeps it in front of him. And Travis d'Arnaud will head back to second. Braves 5, Mets 4. Bummer would be the pitcher of record at this point. The 1-2 pitch, down and away, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Out-of-town scoreboard looks like this. We've got one in the books. Pittsburgh over Detroit 7-4. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Kelenic down on strikes. Yankees pound the Marlins 7-0. Marlins dropped to 1-10 on the year. Cleveland 4-0 over the White Sox. Texas leads Houston 5-4. That game's just in the 4th inning. Colorado 1-0 over Arizona, just getting started. The first pitch on the way to Acuna is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. It's now 5-5, Texas and Houston in the 4th. The 0-1, down and away, 1-1. Dodgers lead at 4-2 over Minnesota in the 7th. Toronto 4-0 over Seattle in the 7th. Philly 2-0 over St. Louis in the 7th. And a shootout, man alive. 10-8 in the 9th. Cincy over Milwaukee. The 2-1. Or 1-1, excuse me, down and away, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Standing on deck is Albies. Righty, the pitch. Swing! And that ball's fouled straight back, 2-2. Acuna just not lining it up. Not really worried about him getting it together, but you'd like to see him just get into one to get him off the schneid. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's chopped foul down the third base line. We'll do it again. Ozzie Albies stands on deck, who's already 2 for 3 with 2 RBI. A double and a single to his name. In the hole is Riley. He's 1 for 3. Acuna 0 for 2. Batting .229. The 2-2. Down and away. 3-2. Good take by Acuna. They're trying to get him to chase that one in the dirt. The payoff pitch to Ronald Acuna Jr. Swing, and that ball's chopped over to third. High hopper. Beatty stays with it. Fires it over to first. A one hopper. Good stab by Alonso. Keep that from going over towards the dugout. Beatty gives him a round of applause. 2 away. So 2 down. That'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie takes the first pitch high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Pitch on the way. Swing. Pops it up. Can of corn high in the sky. Who wants it? Left fielder McNeil will take it, and that'll end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves take a 5-4 lead. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
This guy looked at me and he said B12. And I turned around and looked to see if he was even talking to me, and I just went, huh? And he was like, oh, my bad. I thought you was a vending machine because you a snack. And I was like, bro, Your card has been declined. And he was like, see, that's the thing about vending machines. Sometimes you have to bang them a few times and get your money's worth.
That reminds me, I had a dream about your sister yesterday. My sister? Yeah. What do you mean dream? What kind of dream? A sex dream. Oh, that's my sister we're talking about. You're having sex with my sister in reality. But that's my wife. I got a contract with the priest. You're having premarital sex dreams.
I did want to touch upon a couple things, but one major thing, Kate, you were MIA all day yesterday. You were offline. I didn't see you in any of the meetings I needed you in. Where were you?
It was Monday.
Yeah, it was Monday, which is a work day.
No, it's winter, so like summer Fridays, we get winter Mondays.
Okay, you guys, you know what? Clearly team building exercises is not working, and I am up to my wits' end.
Future Hall of Famer Albert Pujols pitched in a game for the first time in his career. His pitching debut came in his 2,988th career game, which breaks the old record by over 500 games. Adam Wainwright and Yadier Molina, together they broke the record for most wins by a battery in MLB history with 203 wins together.
The greatest competitions, I think, in sports is the pitcher and the hitter. Now, I'm going to hit this ball. See, right now, I'm going to be better than you. And this pitcher's saying the same thing. I'm going to be better than you at this particular moment. This is in a pressure situation. So, and you are competing, and it's nobody can help you. Nobody can block for you in this. You got to do it on your own.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Lead it by 1, and A.J. Minter will come on. Top of the 7th inning. Minter set to face the pinch hitter, the right-handed bat of Tyrone Taylor is going to replace the left-handed bat of Joey Wendell. First pitch on the way to Taylor, swung on and rifled over towards first base side. Foul, it's 0-1. Tyrone Taylor, 30-year-old, Torrance, California, drafted by the Brewers in 2012. The 0-1 pitch just misses inside, 96-mile-an-hour four-seam fastball. It's 1-1. Darnode believes the ball tapped the bat. So he's calling for a foul tip. That's going to be hard to call that. Oh, yeah, it does look like it hit his bat handle. The 1-1 swing and fouls that hard down the third base line, 1-2. Brian Snitker keeps motioning over to home plate umpire Junior Valentine. Said, I could hear it. Basically, he's saying, why the hell couldn't you? I mean, he hasn't called anything right all night long. Why would he start now? The 1-2 pitch. Down and in to go away, strike 3. Taylor doesn't like it, but that might be a makeup call for the blown foul tip, 1 away. Take a second look at it. It looks like he did go around. Yeah, he definitely offered at it. So nonetheless, it's a strikeout for Minter. That'll bring up the left-handed bat of Brandon Nimmo. Nimmo, lefty, pitch on the way. 96-mile-an-hour fastball misses outside wide. 1-0. The 1-0. Pitch on the way. Inside. Now they're going to call that an inside strike. Well inside. 1-1. It hasn't just been one way. Junior Valentine, which we've done a lot of his games, and he tends to be a little goofy behind the plate. The 1-1 pitch. Down and away, 2-1. mean, don't get me wrong. He's not Angel Hernandez bad, but. So a 2-1 count. Lefty, lefty. The pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high into center field. Going back on the track, that ball is gone. Brandon Nimmo's having himself a night. He's tied it up. His second home run of the night, and it's 5-5. Brand new ball game once again. That ball was right down the pipe, and he did not miss it. It was a cutter that didn't cut. He slammed it over the center field wall. Minter knew it as soon as he let go of it. 5-5 your score. Francisco Lindor coming to the plate. Lefty, righty, the pitch. Cutter on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Now, the one thing about the Mets, if they do have a lead, they're tough to beat because Edwin Diaz is back. The 0-1. Down and away, 1-1. The 1-1. Pitch on the way. Swing, and pops it up high in the sky into left field. Two outs. F7 if you're scoring at home. That was a high skyscraper. Kelenic finally got underneath it and waved for a fair catch. First pitch on the way to Pete Alonso is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Lefty, righty. The 0-1 from Minter. Swing, and fouls it back. Oh, 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Pitch on the way. Swung on and chopped it. Just got a piece of that right on the inner part. We just added this. I was double checking it to make sure it worked. That's the 7:15 sign for Hank Aaron tonight for you Braves Country Club members. You may have to refresh your page to be able to use it. The 0-2 pitch, swung on, pops it back, foul. We'll do it again. An 0-2 count to Alonso. Alvarez is on deck. In a perfect world, they get out of this inning. And then you would have one of the right-handers come in to spell the 8th. The 0-2 from Minter. Kicks and deals. Did he go around? They're going to check down the first base line. He got him. Strike 3. It's time for the 7th inning stretch. I'll get up and stretch. And like I said, we added a little Hank Aaron 7-1-15 emoji for you country club members if you want to share it. 7:15 by DM McGee, 2024. At 7:15 by DM McGee, 2024. At 7:14, while enduring the hate, he carried the ghosts and stepped to the plate, echoing down from the great Yankee lore, the Bambino's shadow larger from days of before. Henry brushed back the pressure that loomed, threats from fanatics, knowing records were doomed. Into the box, and here comes the pitch. 7:15, it flipped like a switch. Fans escorted 44 round the bases. Hammer and Hank lit up their faces with smiles that unite as he wiped away tears. He hugged Mama tight for so many years. The Hammer had climbed the ladder to the top. A sigh of relief. Briefly, time stopped. We recall and rewind the impossible dream that night down in Georgia of 7:15. 7:15 by DM McGee, 2024. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Going to try to take this lead again. Austin Riley will lead it off. Facing Sulcer once again, righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way, down and away. For ball 1-0, you do wonder if they may get to a left-hander. With Matt Olson standing on deck. The 1-0 pitch, high and inside, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. The pitch to Riley, taken all the way, 2-1. Top of the zone fastball. The 2-1, down and away, 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Righty. Olson stands on deck. After that, it would be Ozuna. So they may stick with Sulcer, but we'll see what goes on here. The 3-1, down below the knees, ball 4. Good take by Riley. That was a close one. It definitely missed the zone, but it was close. And yet, that's what they're doing. They are heading to the bullpen. They're going to go grab the southpaw. We'll be back in a flash to introduce them.
Of course you are! Gen X Hotline, what do you want?
My son saw another student with a vape pen in his backpack. Should we tell the teacher or go straight to the principal?
All right, let me check the book on that. Teacher or principal? Okay, it says, tell him not to be a snitch and to mind his business.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Have a great day.
I was blackballed for 2 years. I couldn't get a job. And because of that, I lost my big, beautiful house in Los Angeles, my shiny Mercedes, all my stuff. And as you can imagine at the time, I was really crushed. They thought that I was some religious zealot, but to me, it was just that I didn't think it was the right thing to do. And also, I really love my wife. And as I've said, and I'll say it a million times, these lips are meant for one woman.
Eyes closed. I have a surprise. Did you do the dishes?
I said surprise, not miracle.
Gen X Hotline, what do you want?
Hi, I work from home, and with the kids still home on summer break, I am not getting anything done.
Okay, so step 1, have you tried locking them out of the house?
Okay, but like what would they eat all day?
Okay, do you have any like honeysuckle or blackberry bushes in your neighborhood?
Yeah, I think so. Why?
They're gonna be fine. That's what they're gonna eat.
Really?
Yep.
What about the bathroom?
Oh no, they're just gonna poop in the woods.
What?
You're good. You're welcome.
Wait.
I never want to hear the term Uncle Stevie again. It was all a lie. As with everything with the Mets, always teasing, never pleasing.
Baseball stories are so various, and they swap characters in them, but the way I heard it, Lefty Gomez, himself a pitcher, faced the 18-year-old Bobby Feller The first one came over, and the umpire called it strike, and the second one came over, called it strike, and the third one came over, the umpire called it strike, and Gomez said, I thought that last one sounded a little low.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Lead this one, or excuse me, tied this one 5-5 as we head back to the bottom of the seventh. The left-hander coming is Jake Diekman. 2 1/3 innings so far, 7.71 ERA on the early season. 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. The first pitch on the way to Matt Olson is way outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Pitch just grabs the outer edge, 95-mile-an-hour fastball on the outer edge, 1-1. One count. Riley at first. The pitch. Out and away, 2-1. He's living on the edge out there. Does not want to come in. So a 2-1 count. Pitch outside wide again. 95-mile-an-hour fastball fouled back, straight back. Out of play, 2-2. Standing on deck is Ozuna. And after that, it's Harris. So they bring the southpaw in to go lefty, righty, lefty. Olson is 2 for 3 on him lifetime. The 2-2 pitch swung on, hit on the ground. It's going to be a 3-6-3 double play. Olson got the chopper and fed it over to second base. Good play by Lindor. Olson busted it down the line, but just does not have the speed to beat that out. So the bases are clear now, and Marcell Ozuna will come to the plate. Ozuna takes the first pitch outside wide for, oh my word. Called it a strike. Another bad call by Junior Valentine. 0-1. The 0-1. Pitch right down the pipe, 95 miles an hour, 0-2. Lefty, righty, tie game, 7th inning. The 0-2 pitch. High and out of the zone, 1-2. The 1-2 from Diekman. High and out of the zone, 2-2. 96-mile-an-hour fastball just misses. Diekman from Wymore, New England. The 2-2 pitch. Caught looking, strike 3. Got him with the sweeper on the outer edge, and Ozuna knew it. We'll head to the top of the 8th inning in a tie ball game versus the Metropolitans.
POV, I'm just trying to go about my life, and someone actually says, do you have a CDL for that dump truck in real life?
But instead of Jimmy the Greek, we're going to have to go with Peter the Irishman today.
Hi, my buddy Jimmy the Greek is on the injured reserve list today, so I'm going to tell you who's going to win all the NFL games and the World Series. But don't run to your phone because a year ago I said it would be the Phillies.
Got him! Got him!
I just got one of the weirdest messages I have ever gotten on Instagram. So the message was sexual in nature. It was from an older gentleman about my father's age. Quality stuff. I clicked on this elderly gentleman's photo, and the first line in his bio is that the Lord is his strength and his shelter. And it gets even better. This is a shared Instagram account, he says. He shares it with his wife and children. What are you doing? Your wife's going to see the message. This is why you shouldn't be on the internet.
Trigger an entire fan base with only one sentence.
All bubble ships in 2020 are fake.
That should do it.
Why isn't football on the TV?
First preseason game?
No. No. Oh, it's starting. No.
Armchair. I think what baseball is a game that allows people who watch it to think about nothing else. It allows us to feel connected to a place. So part of what American history is texture, it's fabric, it's Brooklyn, it's Boston. But sadly, part of what American history is and part of what baseball is moving away from those places. So Brooklyn leaves and goes to California, and the free agents take away our favorite players, and America's always mobile, always moving on.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves 5, Mets 5, top of the 8th. If you had the over in this game, 9.5, you've hit it. Pierce Johnson comes in. PJ throws the first pitch to Alvarez. Curveball right there for a strike. It's 0-1. PJ from Denver, Colorado. Played his college ball at Missouri State, drafted by the Cubs in 2012. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball just misses down below the knees. 2-1. Two-one count. Kicks and fires. Curveball misses outside. 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on, pops it up, just got out in front of that. High in the sky into center field. Who wants it? Right center. It'll be Money Mike, one away. Pierce Johnson, in the offseason, signed a 2-year contract with the Atlanta Braves to take him through 2025. 2-year, $14 million, and there is a club option that could make it a 3-year, $7 million a year deal through 26. First pitch on the way to Brett Beatty is swung on and roasted in between second and short. And the Mets got one on, one out here in the top of the 8th. You may wonder how they got Johnson, who had a good year, got him to agree to that deal. He voided the last 2 years of his arbitration for the Braves to pick up that club option. So essentially, he gave up his right to be a free agent in 2026, but the Braves looked at it as they were gaining him an extra year, and if he pitches well, it'll be worth it. The 1-0 pitch, curveball just misses inside, 2-0. Looked like it may have grabbed the top of the zone, but didn't get the call. The 2-0 count. Swing and a miss down below the knees, 2-1. Good curveball. Marte in the box. Standing on deck is DJ Stewart. The 2-1. PJ lifts the red glove, lets her go. Curveball looking, 2-2. Evening up the count now. Marte is 1 for 3 with a single in the 4th. It scored Alonso. The 2-2 in the dirt, gets away. Darno fires it down to second. Beatty's going to beat it out. It'll be a wild pitch on Johnson. That ball kicked farther away from Darno than he expected. Good effort by Darnold. He almost got him. Beatty's got pretty good speed. Good slide to the back of the bag. The 3-2 pitch swung on and slapped back foul. Ricocheted off of Darnold. We'll do it again. Full count to Marte. Big spot in the game. The payoff pitch. Caught! Looking, strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry, and he knows it. Marte's got a wry look on his face. Kind of a smile of, thought you were going to throw that curveball again, you dirty dog, and he pumped the fastball 96 right down the pipe. Marte put his hands on his knees. Even as big of competitors as these guys always are, sometimes there's just funny times in baseball, and that's one of them. So that'll bring DJ Stewart to the plate. Stewart takes the first pitch, curveball inside for a ball, 1-0. Righty, lefty. If you could read their mind, it was basically like, you're a son of a, yes, I am. Go sit down. So 1-0. Runner at second, representing the go-ahead run. The pitch. Curveball swung on and blasted deep into center field, and that is going to get out of here. He had a hanger on the outer edge, and DJ Stewart is off the schneid with a 2-run shot. The Mets lead it 7-5. 85-mile-an-hour curveball that just hung in the middle of the zone. Stewart did not miss it. Good swing by Stewart. Man, he absolutely drilled that pitch. So the Braves will go back to work trailing by 2 here in the top of the 8th. Pierce Johnson now set to face McNeil. McNeil takes the first pitch inside for a ball, 1-0. Still a long way to go in this one, and they got to get to Diaz. You'd like to get your runs back before you go to the 9th inning. The 1-0, high and out of the zone, 2-0. Two-0 count. Righty, lefty, on deck as the curveball just grabs the outer edge up top, 2-1. On deck for the Mets is Taylor. He took over for left field while McNeil slid to second. The 2-1. Did he go around? They're going to say he did not. 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Pitch on the way from Diaz. Inside. Ball 4. I think I said Diaz, I meant Johnson. So a 2-out walk now after the home run. Jesse Chavez warming up in the bullpen. They would like to wait until the 9th inning to face him. Or deploy him, have them face him. I was looking up the usage as the first pitch on the way to Taylor. Swung on, hit hard on the ground. Riley's got it. Where is he throwing? He's trying to get it to first, but it sails away. Good job by Olsen to come off the bag. Riley's only chance to get the speedy runner down the bag was to turn and spin from his knees. The ball came out of his glove, and then he just didn't have much of a handle on it when he fired it over there. Diaz was used in yesterday's game. It looks like Jesse Chavez is going to come in. More on that thought here in a second when we come back.
So we pull up our canoe, and there are like 400 Indians with arrows aimed right at us. I'm starting to freak a little.
Actually, it was probably closer to 300.
Okay, thanks, Clark. So I say, we come in peace.
Well, no offense, but it was actually Sacagawea who said that.
Right. Well, luckily we brought plenty of beaver furs.
Pelts.
Do you want to tell the story, Clark?
Here is the time that Babe Ruth fought the wall, and the wall won. July 5th, 1924. In Ruth's first at bat, he slapped a double to right field that moved leadoff hitter Whitey Witt to third. In the fourth, with 2 outs and a runner on third base, Senators first baseman Joe Judge connected on a pitch that went down the right field line. Seeing this, Ruth sprinted to the left, hoping to end the Senators' scoring opportunity. As the ball dropped foul into the crowd, bam! Ruth ran full force into the wall and dropped unconscious to the grass. Immediately, both the Yankees trainer and uniformed police hurried to the Babe's aid. At first, they thought he had hit his chin on the concrete, but they soon discovered that he had been knocked out by a jolt in the solar plexus. He also hurt his left leg at the hip. Ruth would eventually come to after 5 long minutes. Aside from the noticeable limp, you would never know he was hurt. In his next at-bat, in the top of the 6th, he would double off the center field wall. Ruth would finish 3 for 3, and the Yankees would go on to win the first game 2-0. After the final out of the second game, Ruth was diagnosed with a bruised pelvic bone. Despite the news, he wouldn't miss any time, and he would go 3 for 4 and belt his 22nd home run of the season the very next day.
Ruth's Far Eastern tour was a triumph. When he got back, he learned that the Yankees, team that he had built, had decided to dispense with his services and had no intention of making him a manager. He turned down an offer to run their best farm team as beneath his dignity. Instead, he joined the worst club in the National League, the Boston Braves, lured by a vague promise of becoming manager the following season. The Braves never really meant to give him the manager's job. The main hope was that his mere presence would boost receipts.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jesse Chavez coming into the game. Righty-lefty matchup with Brandon Nimmo. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. First pitch misses outside for a ball, 1-0. So back to the idea of Diaz coming into this game is the 1-0 pitch. Right there on the outer edge, called for a strike, 1-1. The Braves can keep this close. He was used on Friday night and Sunday afternoon, 2 and 3 days, and that may not be a big deal except for when you're coming off a major injury. Is the 1-1 pitch, sawed off, foul back, 1-2. I can't imagine that you would want to use Diaz 3 times in 4 days after coming back from a major injury like that. But you never know. But if they did use it, it would definitely shut him down for a couple of days after that. The 1-2 pitch, sawed off, foul, 2-2. 1-2, excuse me. Hey, Yelton's back. Good seeing you, Yelton. 1-2 count. The pitch from Chavez. Just slap foul down the third base line. We'll do it again. The 1-2. Pitch on the way. Down and in. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Deuces wild, 2 on, 2 out, 2-2 count. The pitch. Swung on and slapped back foul. We'll do it again. Two on, 2 out. A 2-2 count. Braves trail by 2. Jesse Chavez delivers. Swung on, fouls that back. Do it again, 2-2. Dodgers held on to beat the Twins 4-2. Toronto 5-1 over Seattle in the 9th. Houston 10-5 over Texas in the 6th. That game's been going back and forth. That one's not over. The 2-2. Swung on, slapped up the middle. Here comes Harris with the throw. He'll fire it into the infield, and it's going to get cut off by... Runner's going to score. It's 8-5. I believe that was Olsen that cut that off through the infield. He was running across. Might have been... Double check that. That might have been... Yeah, that was Olsen. No real chance to get the runner there. Harris probably should have went to third on the throw. There's no real shot at getting the player thrown out. But you got runners on the corners. Braves trail by 3. Still a long way to go in this one. As we know, the Braves offense can score. The first pitch to Lindor is off the edge wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Inside 2-0. So a 2-0 count. The pitch. Just grabbed the outer edge, 2-1. Jesse Chavez already at 12 pitches. He's yet to record an out. Standing on deck is Alonso. Braves bullpen was lights out this weekend against Arizona, but scuffling a bit tonight. Braves trail 8-5, top of the 8th. Righty, lefty. The pitch. Outside, way wide. 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Pitch on the way, swing and fouls that back, 3-2. Bottom of the order due up for the Atlanta Braves in the 8th inning. So if they get something going, they can flip it over. The 3-2. Misses high and wide, ball 4. So Jesse Chavez missing his mark. And now he's going to have to face Pete Alonso with the bases loaded. Once again, it's not a foregone conclusion that Diaz would come in to save the game, so the Braves need to keep it close. Pitch on the way to Alonso is outside for a strike. Cutter grabs the edge on 1. Bases loaded. Righty. 2 outs. The pitch, swing, and pops it up. Will it stay in play? It's in foul territory. Olsen gives chase just out of reach. About 2 rows back in between the first base dugout and the tarps. It's 0-2. The 0-2 count. Chavez comes set. Deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Alonso chased that cutter well off the plate. He was swinging at that before it ever left his hands. We'll be back in a flash. Braves trail by 3, but a long way to go.
I ain't even gonna lie, y'all. As soon as my direct deposit hit, my taste buds be allergic to everything that's in my refrigerator.
Hey, Braves Country. This is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free. and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
So I wanted to tell y'all this because I thought it was comical, so I was wanting to see if somebody else thought it was funny. My child come home and was like, Mom, you want to see all my Valentines? I was like, yeah, cool, bring them to me. So, of course, they were just normal Valentines, but one of them had actual, like, kids writing on it, and it was a decent little amount of writing. So I read it, and I was like, did this little girl leave this note for anybody else, or was it just for you? He was like, no, I was the only one that got that note. It says, Happy Valentine's Day to the person who has seen the best and the worst of me and didn't run away screaming. So mind you, my child is about to turn 10. So these are 4th graders. What does she mean by that? He said, I don't know, Mama. She just sits there and stares at me all day. I was like, well, have you told her to stop? He was like, many of times.
In the 1988 World Series, the Los Angeles Dodgers were the decided underdogs against a resurgent Oakland Athletics. The Dodgers' best hitter, Kirk Gibson, was injured and not expected to play. In the first game, in the bottom of the 9th, with 2 outs and 1 man on, and Oakland leading 4-3, their ace reliever Dennis Eckersley on the mound, Dodger manager Tommy Lasorda called to the clubhouse to see if Gibson could possibly pinch hit.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris II. Is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. It'll be Harris, Orlando, and then Travis d'Arnaud due up. If anybody gets on, Jared Kelnick. The 1-0 pitch, high and inside, 2-0. Diekman is back out there to face Harris. After that, 2 right-handers are due up, so you wonder if they'll stick with them or go to the pen again. The 2-0. Way outside wide, goes to the backstop, 3-0. Just a bit outside. So a 3-0 count. Nobody on bottom of the 8th. The pitch outside wide, ball 4. And Michael Harris II will head on down to first. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to head on and grab the right-hander out of the bullpen. Mets lead it by 3. Harris on first. We'll be back inside.
You know what this has to do with? What? The man in the cape. I bet you he is mixed up in this. I don't trust men in capes.
And you can't cast aspersions on someone just because they're wearing a cape. Superman wore a cape. I'll be damned if I'm going to stand here and let you say something bad about him.
All right, Superman's the exception.
Armchair.
Christian Yelich, single and a run. Very dangerous hitter. The crowd is on their feet. We're down to 1 strike, Braves country. Cross everything. So many heroes here. Wow! Called 3rd strike. He got caught watching the paint dry, and that's it. The Atlanta Braves will head to the National League Championship Series. They knock out the Milwaukee Brewers, a team that everyone had forgotten about. Everyone had left for dead.
Yes, Henry Aaron has done it. The fireworks are going. His teammates are at home plate, and most of this crowd.
I felt great. I felt like the world was lifted off of my shoulders. It was done, over with, and I felt like no matter what people thought about it, it was my record.
In the decades to come, the memory of the scene might blur, but the memory of the sound will remain with everyone who was there. The sound of Henry Aaron's bat when it hit the baseball tonight. At home plate, surrounded by an ovation that came down around him as if it were a waterfall of appreciation. He was met by his teammates who attempted to lift him out of their shoulders, but he slipped off into the arms of his father and his mother, Estella. I never knew, Aaron would say later, that my mother could hug so tight.
Welcome back. Drew Smith. It's on to face some right-handed bats of Orlando Arcia. Travis d'Arnaud. Ronald Acuna Jr. Or, excuse me, Jared Kelenic, the first pitch on the way to Arcia, swung on, roasted into left field. That's down for a base hit. Your Atlanta Braves have the tying run at the plate. The form of the Mets, Dylan Travis d'Arnaud. The fastball. It was up high and got way too much of the plate, right in the wheelhouse of Arcia. That'll bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Chase that slider down and in. It's 0-1. The 0-1. High and out of the zone, 95 miles an hour, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Looked like it missed below the knees, but Junior Valentine's been all over the place tonight, 1-2. The 1-2. d'Arnaud digs in. They set up outside. High and inside. Missed his target. 2-2. 95 miles an hour. The 2-2 pitch. Swing. Pops it up. Let's stay in play. It's in foul territory. Giving chase over towards... Good Lord. Be careful. Drew Smith went towards the camera well. The ball fell to the ground. Drew Smith went towards the camera well. He, Alvarez, and Alonso were all converging on the ball. He slammed into the netting, the protective netting. If it wasn't for that, he probably goes ass over tea kettle into towards the dugout in the camera well. That netting might have actually saved him. They're going to go out there and check on him. The cameraman over in the well facetiously sticks his thumbs out and says, I'm okay too, guys. Thanks for asking. They're checking on Smith. Oh, man, he did bang into that camera. I thought the netting caught him before but his knee banged into that camera. Having a pretty extensive conversation with the trainer and the coaching staff. I mean, he didn't get up and limp. That's the good news for Mets fans. But anytime a pitcher slams his leg in like that, looks like Smith's going to be okay. They gave him a warm-up toss. He says he's good to go. So a 2-2 count to d'Arnaud. Swing and a miss, strike three, 95 miles an hour. Pumped it right by him. What a way. That'll bring Jared Kelenic to the plate. Kelenic. Righty-lefty matchup. The pitch. Swung on and missed up top. It's 0-1. Righty-lefty. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Chase that one off the deck. It's 0-2. So he went 90-mile-an-hour slider, 78-mile-an-hour curve. Mets are playing him to pull. So Beatty's all by his lonesome on the right side or left side. The 0-2 pitch gets away. That ball is going to get towards the camera well. And the Atlanta Braves got runners on second and third. One out. Count on Kelnick. A bleeder, seeing eye single, a broken bat, anything would make this a one-run game. The 1-2 to Kelnick. In the dirt, tried to get him to chase again. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Bottom of the 8th. Infield back, they're playing for one, the 2-2. High and out of the zone, ball 3-2. He threw the slider and was trying to go it down and in. That thing went sailed way outside wide. So Smith, a little erratic with his control, now has run the count full 3-2. Full count to Kelnick. Second and third, 1 out, excuse me. Kelnick steps out of the box as Alvarez and Smith converge at the mound. Alvarez and Drew Smith going over what they want to do here on a 3-2 count. Standing on deck is Ronald Acuna Jr. So obviously you can't pitch around, and the last thing you want to do is put the go-ahead run at the plate in Acuna, who's well overdue for a dinger. So back to the battle at the plate, a full count. Second and third, 1 out. Smith lets her go. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 underneath the hands. Looked like the cutter. Might have been his slider, but it had cutting action. Looks like he probably chased, but it was so close to the zone at ball 4. So that'll bring Acuna to the plate. He does represent the tying run, and he is well overdue. Acuna takes the first pitch way outside for a ball, 1-0. Acuna just kind of dropped his bat. It was a little strange. I don't know if he thinks he's pitching around him. The 1-0 pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-0. They may very well be nibbling. That's a strange thing to want to have to go after Ozzie. Ozzie's actually been swinging the bat pretty well. And he'd be coming at you from the left side. The 2-0. Pitch on the way. Miss it. No, they're going to say that was a really wide strike. Acuna doesn't like it, can't blame it. Another blown call by Junior Valentine. I can't wait to see Valentine's ump card tomorrow morning because it is going to be awful. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Look like that slider again. That slider's coming in around 90. His fastball around 95. So they're just mistiming it. They've hit Smith well in the past, but he's trying to get out of this one. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and pops it up. Foul back. That one came in at 96. He had a little more oomph on it. So a 2-2 count. Deuce is wild here in the bottom of the 8th. 2 on, 2 out, a 2-2 count. A single would score 2, and they are playing deep in the outfield to prevent Acuna from going extras. The 2-2 pitch, down below the knees, ball 3. So a full count, no force play on, so the runners will not be moving, but they'll definitely be going at the crack of the bat. The 3-2 payoff pitch, swing, and fouls it off, sawed it off over the first base side. Out of play, we'll do it again. Game hanging in the balance here. Tying run at the plate. Infield back and playing to pull. The 3-2 pitch. High, ball 4. Ronald Acuna Jr. will head on down to first. Bases are juiced. Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. Doesn't get any easier after this. Austin Riley on deck. The ice house is in the hole. They're going to have a quick chat on the mound once again. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Braves trail by 3. Pitching coach Jeremy Hefner heads back to the dugout. Ozzie Albies digs in. The first pitch. Slider drifts in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Good pitch. Start the at-bat. The 0-1. Swing, and fouls it straight off the tip of his bat in between home plate and third base. 0-2. So Ozzie down to his last strike now. Braves 5, Mets 8. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Ozzie just looking to try to keep this alive. The 0-2 pitch. Outside wide, 1-2. Good play by Alvarez. He backhanded it. That's a dangerous habit to get into. The 1-2 pitch to Ozzie, high and out of the zone, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. The pitch. Swing! Chops that foul in between home and first. We'll do it again. A 2-2 count, bases loaded, 2 outs. Anything that gets down in the gap would probably tie the game because Acuna stands on first. The 2-2 pitch on the way, high and out of the zone, ball 3. So now you got a full count. Smith, 28 pitches in this inning. Bases loaded. The runners will be going. So anything that gets into the gap would score Acuna for sure. The 3-2 pitch. Inside, he did not go around. Ball 4. And it is 8-6 your Atlanta Braves. Good job of Ozzie holding off on that one. That was close. The ball sailed in. Though it didn't look like he went around. They've been quick to call. Check swings tonight. You never know. That is a judgment call. It's hard to argue that. And one of these umpires has dinner plans, you might just get rung up. So bases loaded. And now, Austin Riley. The first pitch on the way to Riley's high and out of the... God bless. Called it a strike, 0-1. Another blown call by Junior Valentine. Can we get Senior Valentine down there? Maybe he can do a better job. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Once again, there was an 0-2 count on Ozzie. He was able to work a walk. This is the 31st pitch of the night. Riley's just got to put one into the outfield. The 0-2 pitch swung on, grounded hard over to third. It should be playable. It is. And it is a 5-4 put out to end the inning. But up for your Atlanta Braves, make it a one-run game. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
No meat, just eggs.
Yeah, with sliced apple.
How do you like your eggs?
Hatched.
What? You want them scrambled?
Scrambled, yeah.
Did
he say hatched? No.
And the sky is the limit for baseball salaries. The highest paid player of the week is now Roger Clemens of Boston. 5 years, $7.5 million.
Dwight Gooden has something to celebrate as well after receiving plenty of money from the New York Mets. In fact, the right-hander became the highest-paid player in the big leagues after he signed a 3-year, $6.7 million contract.
Brian Sandberg is calling Chicago the city with big pockets. The Cubs' great second baseman has signed the biggest contract ever in baseball. He could make about $7 million a year.
What in the knuckles is this?
She's my girlfriend, you intolerant.
Whoa! Pump the hate brakes, Fox and Friends. I'm just surprised anyone would date you.
Kids today, they go, how much is your baseball card worth? And I'm going, a plug nickel, son, a plug nickel. I'm saying be your own person. Do not collect baseball cards. It will be the ruination of you. Maybe you'll learn economics a little bit or you'll learn what value is, but you're being an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur takes something of no value and makes money on it. And I do not believe in that in the kids. I teach them right off the bat. Learn the game. Do not look at Youppi. Do not look at the chicken. Do not look at that. Look at the ground ball. Field it cleanly with both hands. Be as smooth as silk. You know, make the nice throw to second. Have the nice breaking curveball. Subtract on the changeup. See the ball and hit it. Don't associate with the other things of the game. It will eventually bring you down, eat you up, and spit you out.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jesse Chavez will go back to work. Set to face the 4-5-6 batters. Alvarez takes the first pitch right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Alvarez, Beatty, Marte, righty, righty, righty. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled out of play. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. The pitch. Outside wide, 1-2. The 1-2 from Jesse. Tried to get him to chase that curveball. It was nowhere near the zone. 2-2. On deck, Brett Beatty. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and fisted it foul back behind home plate. We'll do it again. Two-two count. Kicks and deals. Swung on, grounded up the middle. Arcias got it, flips it over to first. 6-3 putout makes it look easy, one away. And yeah, Diaz is not warming up in the Mets pen. To my point, couldn't make out who that was down there, but it's not Edwin Diaz. They've got a right-hander warming up. But you can't expect them to put Diaz out there 3 times in 4 days after coming off of that season-ending injury last year. He's just getting stretched out. Different story later in the year, but it's a tall ask for a healthy closer to do 3 or 4 in April. The 0-1 pitch is swung on, bang, down the right field line, foul. Beatty smashed that one. It's 0-2. Rangers are putting it on, or excuse me, the Astros are putting it on the Rangers 10-5 in the 9th. Astros off to a tough start, 3-7 on the year. The 0-2 pitch swung on, laced up the middle. That's going to get down for a base hit, and it's a 1-out single for the Metropolitans. Starlin Marte comes to the plate. Braves 6, Mets 8, top 9, pitch on the way. Just below the knees. Really strange thing. Junior Valentine has been calling that strikes all night long, and then randomly he'll call it a ball. And then he had the really low one earlier in the game against Atlanta. The 1-0 pitch swung on, hit high in the sky. It's going foul. Will it stay in play? Out of the range of Acuna. He had a long way to go. 1-1. That ball was dying fast. The way Acuna is reacting, I think he might have misread it off the lights is what he's saying. He motioned back towards the dugout, pointing in the sky at the lights. So a 1-1 count. Pitch, swung on, fouled back. It's 1-2. It would have been a tough catch to hit for him to make, even if he got a good jump. So it was a dying quail in past the right field tarps before you get to that corner. The 1-2, 1 on, 1 out. The pitch swung on, grounded over to RC. It's going to be a 6-4. 3 inning-ending double play. Well, we'll see if the Braves have a little old magic left in that hat. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
When I think about you, I touch myself, meaning I rub my temples because you give me a headache.
We don't want a maniac in our group, but there's no benefit to it. I feel like you just agreed with me, but you weren't listening to what I was saying. Yes. Let's move on from it.
What do you think is happening right now?
It doesn't matter.
It's good.
Okay?
This Mr. Nueva York?
Yeah, that's me. What you matter?
Yeah, I'm calling regarding your credit card payment.
Listen, my friend, I'm not paying that.
What do you mean you're not paying?
I'm not paying that. That's free money. How you want me to pay that free money?
That's not free money.
Yeah, you send me the credit card with $3,000 on it. I spend it already. How you want me to pay you that money I already spending? Stupid.
You have to pay. Have you paid last month?
I not pay last month. I not pay the month before that. I'm not paying.
Listen, we're gonna have to do something about this.
You can do whatever you want. I don't care. Listen, can you give me your house phone number so I can call you in your house?
I'm sorry.
Oh, ahí no te gusta. So why you calling me in my house to bother me? My friend, is that your money? Is it going to your pocket?
Listen. We have to make this happen right now.
I don't care. Do whatever you want.
Armchair.
The umpire just stood up and said goodbye. As I am saying goodbye, I have said enough for a lifetime. And for the last time, I wish you all a very pleasant good afternoon.
A travesty, really. But it came out that Arnie Rothstein and the rest of them were crooked gamblers and were able to persuade the boys to throw the games, even though some of them, I guess, never got a dime. And they weren't crooks. They were farm boys who didn't know anything about finance or anything else.
Baseball is something more than a game to an American boy. It is his training field for life work. Destroy his faith in its squareness and honesty, and you have destroyed something more. You have planted suspicion of all things in his heart. Kennesaw Mountain Landis.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. See if they can do one for Hank. New pitcher on the bump will be Jorge Lopez. Lopez coming in with a 1.93 ERA. It's a big difference between coming in to try to close out a game, especially against the heart of the Atlanta Braves lineup. It'll be Olson, Ozuna, and Harris to come in. A lot of the Braves faithful have left on this Monday night, but don't go anywhere yet. The first pitch on the way to Olson is right there for a strike. Look like a knuckle curve. It's 0-1. The 0-1 just misses high, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Matt Olson digs in. The pitch, high and out of the zone. 2-1. Matt Olson's 3 for 6 lifetime, the home run and an RBI against Jorge Lopez. The 2-1 pitch swung on. That ball is sliced down the left field line, off the wall, and that's going to be extra bases. Here comes Matt Olson, rounding first, heading to second, and it's a leadoff double for the Ice House here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Cardiac Kids back at it again. Tried to go outside with the fastball, and Olson's been doing this a lot in the beginning of the year, really paying off, willing to go and step into those and slam him down the left field line where they're playing him to pull towards right field. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is a fastball. Might have been the sinker on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Jorge Lopez, 31-year-old, out of Puerto Rico. The pitch. Swing! And that ball's blasted high and deep. Going back on the track. Making the catch at the wall. What a great defensive play. But on the play, Matt Olson is going to tag up. Ozuna can't believe it. He thought it was going. Caught right there at the wall. I mean, it looked like he got it. He just got underneath it. Unbelievable. But Olson makes it back down to third, 1 out, but his run is essentially meaningless. Michael Harris II will come to the plate. The pitch to Harris, swing, and that ball slapped down the left field line. Just foul into the corner, 0-1. That missed extra bases by about 5 feet to the left of the line. Harris will head back to the box. On deck is Arcia Darnode in the hole, who's been a Mets killer, and Arcia has just been known for big moments, big clutch moments. The 0-1 pitch, inside, 1-1. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Lopez One point was the closer for Baltimore, was traded to Minnesota. It's the 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hit hard into right field. That's down for a base hit. Your Atlanta Braves have made it a one-run game. Cardiac Kids in Atlanta. Never over till it's over. Jorge Lopez was once looked upon as one of the best closers in baseball. He was traded from Baltimore to Minnesota at the end of 2022. A lot of Baltimore fans were upset about it. And he went over to Minnesota and was very mid at best. Then in 23 had a 5 ERA. Pitched sparingly in Miami last year with a 9 ERA. Now he's trying to bounce back. Also pitched in Baltimore as well last year with a 5 ERA. I mean, he just hasn't been the same since he left Baltimore. But trying to resurrect his career at age 31. So Orlando Arcia will come to the plate after a quick powwow on the mound. Harris at first. You think he might be going to get in scoring position. The first pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled straight back. Arcia, man, he was going for the downs on that one. It's 0-1. He just missed that. That ball went straight back. We talk about it all the time, but anytime those balls go straight back like that, it means he just missed from going yard. I mean, just missed it. So an 0-1 count. They set up high and wide. And the runner goes. Michael Harris, the second, is safe. He is safe. They want to challenge it. We'll see what happens. From the blind eye, he looks safe, but you never know if they got him on the wallet coming in. Like I said, he looks safe. If McNeil, by the way, holds the tag and doesn't start arguing it, they're not going to challenge it, by the way. He would have had Harris off the bag. Harris's foot came off the bag barely, but it came off. The 1-1 pitch is high and inside, 2-1. So a 2-1 count, any kind of a bleeder, base hit, base rip, broken bat, anything would tie the game with Harris's speed. Mets 8, Braves 7. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on, pops it up. Arcia knows it. And it's going to be an easy can of corn put out, 2 away. So down to our last out. No post-game show tonight because of the early turnaround I have in the morning. Got to be up at 5 a.m. That'll bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. d'Arnaud. Righty-righty matchup. Travis d'Arnaud, the Mets killer over his career. Can he come through one more time? Tying run at second, a 1-0 count. Standing on deck is Kelenic. The 1-0 inside. Ball 2, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Travis d'Arnaud, who has a .326 average, 7 doubles, 5 home runs, and 22 RBIs against the Mets in just 26 games. We'll take that number 6 home run anytime he wants to right here. The 2-0 pitch, taken all the way, 3-0. 2-1, excuse me. Slider right down the pipe. So a 2-1 count. On deck is Kelenic. Harris stands on second. The pitch. Swing and a miss. 95 miles an hour. It's 2-2. 2-2 count. Lopez comes set. The pitch. Swung on, lifted high and deep into right field. Looked like they're going to make the catch. Almost banged into each other and pulled a Mets, but Marte did make the catch, and that'll end the game. Good game by the Mets. Good play by the Braves. Bats didn't get the pitching you would have liked to have gotten. And Travis d'Arnaud, his ball just went short of going off the wall. Ozuna's almost went out of the park. So many close hits, but it's a game of inches. Have a great night, y'all. Braves country. Braves drop a tough one, 8-7. We'll see you tomorrow night as the Atlanta Braves will take on the New York Mets and try to knot up this series at 1 apiece. Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for pitch by pitch, play by play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Join the country club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops. Members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the country club today.
You're in Braves Country.